He did break his nose.
For the moment.
Yeah, I agree. But I just what they could have been. And he's
Remind me I have to talk to you about
that.
It's actually a good idea.
He said to a specialist.
I should write it down.
Yeah, tonight meeting will have for up to 1 a.m.
It's actually good. That's a nice way to preface it, Mike.
Like that?
Good afternoon, everyone.
I wrote it down. Now I won't forget.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Tompkins County Legislature. Is it?
You gotta bang your gavel, Sean.
How are you?
Okay.
Good.
Smack that sucker.
I don't know which is ours.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Tompkins County Legislature. Today is Tuesday, March 3rd. The time is 5:32. If you could please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're going to have a roll call of members. Greg Mezzi.
Here.
Rachel Oslin.
Here.
Iris Packman.
Here.
Veronica Pillar.
Here.
Lee Shurtleff. Mike Sigler.
Here.
Adam Vinson.
Here.
Dan Wakeman.
Here.
Irene Weiser.
Here.
Christy Bianconi.
Here.
Travis Brooks.
Here.
Randy Brown.
Here.
Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Judith Hubbard.
Here.
John Hunt.
Here.
Shauna Black. Here. 16 members present. Thank you very much. We are going to move forward to our proclamations this evening. We have our first proclamation is going to be in recognition of Lauren Dickinson, and he is joining us here with his family this evening. And I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas Lauren Dickinson has served Tompkins County for 36 years and 9 months as an emergency services dispatcher, and whereas during his time with the county saw many advancements in 911 communication, such as migrating to computer-based CAD systems, the introduction of emergency medical dispatch, enhanced location-based technology, digital radio systems, and smart transcription. And whereas on December 9th, 1991, Lauren handled one of the most tragic events to impact Tompkins County, the crash of a Star Medevac helicopter resulting in the death of 3 people aboard. And whereas he was an integral part of coordinating communications, relaying information, and helping all involved public safety entities throughout the event. And whereas Lauren has provided a competent, familiar, and reassuring voice and shown dedication to the public, stakeholders, coworkers, and colleagues. And whereas after many decades of selfless service is retiring, now therefore be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature does hereby extend its deepest gratitude and recognition to Lauren Dickinson for his many years of dedication and professionalism to the residents of Tompkins County, and congratulate him on his retirement.
No, I just thank you, and I love helping the county. I've also been doing 44 years as a volunteer firefighter, and I just love helping people, trying to mitigate when they're in distress, and I've always just loved to do it.
Incredible. You're a gem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda, we have a proclamation for the Volunteers of America, which is our shelter provider on Cherry Street. And before I actually start this proclamation, I just want to say how lucky we are. This time last year, we were trying to provide Code Blue services, and many of you were on this legislature and part of our staff, and we were scrambling to hire people We were scrambling to find people that were qualified and committed to our county. And Volunteers of America started with our Code Blue in the winter time, in the fall time. And we have heard such remarkable comments from the people that use your services, from the staff that work with you. And so it's absolutely my honor to speak today and to provide you with this proclamation. Whereas Volunteers of America have demonstrated an enduring commitment to restoring hope, dignity, and a sense of belonging for individuals and families facing challenges, and whereas this year marks the 130th anniversary and its founding in 1896, honoring a rich history of service while recognizing the transformative impact of its work today, and whereas Volunteers of America fosters self-reliance and stability by delivering essential services in housing, education, and health, and whereas across upstate New York, the organization serves more than 10,000 people a year in need of shelter, childcare, food access, and reentry support, and whereas their compassionate staff walk alongside individuals and family during some of life's most challenging moments, and whereas dedicated community partners and donors make this work possible through their generosity and collaboration, and whereas the efforts of Volunteers of America not only change lives but strengthen the entire communities, now therefore be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature does hereby proclaim, recognize, and designate March 8th, 2026 as Volunteers of America Day in Tompkins County. And Lisa Barrett is here from VOA to accept the award, and we would love for you to say a few words if you would like to.
Well, thank you guys very much. We appreciate this. It's been an amazing opportunity in the county. This is home for me, so your work on this side of it was great. I previously was a treatment court coordinator for Judge Wallace, so to work on this side of the nonprofit world has been amazing, and we're looking forward to continuing this partnership. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. This afternoon, we will have two executive session topics, one in regards to property, second is contract, and we'll be listing the full explanations towards the end of our meeting. We are also going to have some reordering of business. We're going to, if it's all right with everyone, I'd like to bring up Resolution Y, and that is our Chief Equity and Diversity Officer. I would like to move that up right after the chair's report, and if that's all right with everyone. Okay. Next, we're going to move to privilege of the floor for the public. If you're here and would like to speak on privilege of the floor, please go to the back of the room, fill out one of these blue cards. We do have some speakers that are here, and I would like to read the rules for speaking under the privilege of the floor. I believe we might also have some people that are here online that would like to speak. Number 1, I agree to a 3-minute time limit. Number 2, I agree not to raise my voice. Number 3, I agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. Number 4, I agree not to speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance of named county employees other than elected officials. Number 5, after 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. Number 6, I agree to be courteous and not make comments, gestures, outbursts, and other disruptions while other members of the public or legislators are speaking. And number 7, I agree that if I cause a disruption and am asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. The first person we have this evening is Teresa Fulton, and I believe she's joining us via Zoom.
Hi, here I am. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'm Teresa Fulton. I'm the Vice Chair of the Tompkins County Human Rights Commission, and I'm speaking in support of Resolution, I think, V, to reopen the Office of Human Rights in its current location and hire a program manager. First, we would like to thank Corsa and Legal Counsel Maury Josephson for meeting with members of our Executive Committee, as well as members of the Legislator for taking the time to listen to our concerns and recognize the work that the HRC has done in trying to support the ongoing function of the OHR. The current OHR office space is critical to its function as it is a convenient location for community members to be able to drop by. And as it has been located there for years, people know where it is. When we were having office hours there, we had many people just drop by, and it was great. The Human Rights Commission also uses it as a meeting space as well as for storage of educational materials and many historical files. Although we advocated for the hire of a new director of the Office of Human Rights as per the county charter, we are pleased that the title of the new proposed hire has been changed to program manager as we recommended, which more accurately represents the diverse needs of the office. We look forward to be involved in the recruitment and hiring process for this crucial position, as well as the reevaluation of the structure of the human rights and its physical location next year. The Human Rights Commission appreciates the time and consideration the members of the Legislature, both past and current, have given this important matter and very much look forward to the reopening of the office. And we just wanted to say thank you very much. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Next, we have Zach Wynn.
Good evening. You may be aware that tomorrow the Common Council is voting on whether to rescind the city's contract with Flock. Additionally, last week, the Public Safety Committee had a discussion about forming a working group to examine the Flock issue. I wanted to let Legislator Pillar know I appreciated her supportive comments regarding my suggestion for the working group that the county seek a determination from New York State and the Department of Criminal Justice Services to see if the GIVE grant can be renewed while omitting Flock in future years while still accepting the grant funds for law enforcement, probation, etc. Given the strong organized public opposition to Flock, I suggest you plan to budget funds to replace the grant funding from the remainder of GIVE, about $300,000, as well as the $700,000 allocated for youth employment that is contingent on accepting the GIVE grant. These funds could be interpreted as a bribe to the county to accept GIVE and Flock, the proverbial spoonful of sugar that helps the medicine go down. In total, about $1.1 million in grant funding hinges on accepting GIVE and consequently Flock. If Albany and the Department of Criminal Justice Services come back with the answer that no, you can't remove Flock from GIVE, it will come down to a choice. Does the county decline $1 million in order to prevent mass surveillance of its population? The city and county could potentially split the funding shortfall that would be the result of the county declining not to renew GIVE this November. Please plan on leaving yourself room in the budget to be able to decline this funding. Find a way to fund the indisputably positive aspects of GIVE, such as law enforcement overtime and enhanced probation. Plan now to cover the shortfall so you can give yourself room to decline this November. Don't throw the GIVE baby out with the Flock bathwater. Continuing GIVE without Flock would also provide an opportunity to test the assertion that Flock deters crime on its own, using more than a year of data showing gunfire trends with both GIVE and Flock in place. If the Flock and or GIVE grant is not renewed for 2027, it would provide useful insight into the true efficacy of Flock. Perhaps the gunfire stopped and has remained stopped because of all the people shooting at each other went to jail. If the county and the city both get rid of Flock, and regular gunfire returns, everyone will have new information to inform future decisions and risk calculations regarding safety and personal liberty. Also, I have forwarded photos I took at the Asteria a few weeks ago. In it, you can see the scorch marks from the fireworks set off in the stairwell several weeks prior, as well as little bits of little bits of firework debris. There is feces, syringes, rancid food, broken glass, and even a bottle of urine that has been sitting so long there is mold floating on top. Not only is this gross, it's an indication that the Asteria simply isn't being cleaned regularly or at all. I am curious if there's anything more the county can do to apply pressure on Vecino, potentially through the health department, and please, as a body, consider issuing a statement encouraging the IDA to modify or rescind the Asteria's tax abatement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Amanda Kirch-Gessner.
Good evening. Thanks for being here tonight. And I want to thank Mr. Brooks publicly because as the chair of public safety, he's got a lot on his plate right now. And I am very grateful to him and the committee membership for initiating the process for a working group around flock safety and similar technology. I believe it is a great opportunity to invite greater community participation. We need to slow down and be very, very deliberate right now. This is also a huge opportunity to thoughtfully discuss and dissect one of the most important contemporary issues of our time, where civil liberties meet data privacy. We have the academic expertise, legal talent, civic engagement in this community to become a leader in the state and even nationally on how to handle these technologies responsibly. This issue is complex. It touches public safety, civil liberties, data governance, and potential fiscal exposure. If we want legitimate, durable policy, the process has to be structurally sound and trusted. That means adhering to working group protocols and establishing a clear application process for the flock safety working group. A formal application process does three very important things. First, it ensures representation across perspectives, residents from impacted neighborhoods, civil liberties advocates, law enforcement, technologists, data privacy experts, business owners, and service providers. Second, it creates a transparent record of how members were selected, which protects the county from accusations of bias or predetermined outcome. Third, it increases public trust in whatever recommendations emerge. And fourth, I would encourage to make these meetings public so that people can sit in the gallery as long as they're not interfering with the conversations. I also want to encourage as many legislators present this evening to participate in the process, even if you're not formally on the working group. Attend the meetings, review the materials, stay close to the questions. Your engagement matters to the credibility of the final policy. And critically, I urge deliberate communication with people who live in the neighborhoods where the gun violence was routinely occurring. Not just the general public comment, but intentional listening. Outreach that meets people where they are and brings their lived experience into the policy process. I know individuals who live in West Village who feel safe to go outside again. Has anybody here actually spoken to the people who have seen an improvement in their quality of life because they don't fear a bullet coming through their door or their window at night? Good governance is not about speed. It's about building policy that can withstand scrutiny and serve the whole community. I encourage you to slow down. We don't need to rush. We do need to put a little pressure on the city to participate in a process because it affects more than the 30,000 people who live in the city of Ithaca. County employees work in the city. Most people who live in Tompkins County shop in the city. We can't afford to see those sales tax numbers go down if crime goes up, can we? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amanda. Next is Brian Cardin.
Hi, thank you. I had the pleasure of attending the public safety meeting last week. It was very interesting. I appreciate it. I'll try not to repeat myself since a bunch of you were there. I don't want to focus, I'm here to talk about flock also. I don't want to focus on police abuses. There are daily reports of them, but even if you think that our local police departments are immune from that, I don't think we should have flock. And I don't want to focus on the flock company itself, although they have very questionable goals and leadership and past practices, because I don't think if you find another company that seems more reputable, I still don't think that we should have these camera systems. I don't want to focus on the fact that there was a news story that foreign governments used another country's mass surveillance system to target citizens of that country in airstrikes, because even if you think that that is impossible, it's not. I still don't think that we should have these camera systems. I also don't want to focus on the fact that there's an increasingly authoritarian federal government that would love to use this system, and this is essentially pre-compliance with that system. Even if that wasn't the case, if our federal government was democratic and non-authoritarian, I don't think we should have this camera system. I have a degree in physics. I work at Cornell. My day job involves building and training and using machine learning models. I don't mean chatbots. I mean the models that take large data sets like the one that we're creating with these cameras and extract lots and lots of information from it. It's not just license plates. It's not just where a criminal is at one point in time when they steal a car. It's where hundreds of thousands of people around the city are all the time. And from that data, the time points and the spatial data, you can derive a lot of things. You can derive drive who they associate with, where they go, what their routines are, when they deviate from the routines, what their religion is, what their sexuality is, who they're having an affair with. There's an incredible amount of data that can be derived from this data set. I just think that this technology is fundamentally corrosive to a free society. So I don't think it should exist at all. I also want to point out that I believe, if I understand the contract correctly, there's a deadline of July 15th to cancel next year's flock contract. So I encourage you to have the working group have that timeline in mind so that we don't face another year of this technology in our community where we're forced to pay this company to surveil us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Sherry Corthis.
Hi, I'm Sherry Corthis, City of Ithaca, and welcome to the new members that I haven't seen before, and hi to the old ones. I'm going to talk about housing, but first I do want to say I'm totally against flock. I don't like my phone being spied on. I don't like any of it, but it's been going on since '08 when they built the data center, the first one in Utah. And the reason we have the flock now is because we're a smart city, Ithaca. Ithaca wants to be a smart city, and that's part of the smart city plan, is that you will be under constant surveillance and you will not leave within 15 minutes outside your city. So look up the smart city, Ithaca Smart City. Ton of articles. I'd be willing to send you guys articles about this. They put them out about 2020, and Ithaca's experiment with the smart city is not going so well. No, I don't want to be surveilled. I don't want to be that way. So yes, your housing. I read the housing, and I know you new guys aren't part of this, but the people that are, for years we've heard housing, housing, housing. Nobody can afford to live here. No, but we're building workforce housing. I think the tax abatement program has to pause. You have to stop it, do a moratorium. You're building huge apartment complexes, huge, that don't pay any taxes. You're sucking the tax money out of the taxpayers that are trying to survive. And it's getting ridiculous. You're going to build workforce housing up on the hill and South Hill. You've got workforce housing down here. Now you're going to put another one across from Art House. And we've lost 1% of the county's population. So I want to know who these people are moving into the housing if we've lost our population. I think somebody needs to investigate more, look into this more. The tax abatements have just not worked. And I think that that's the way it was sold to us. Oh, we're going to create more affordable housing, but we never do. So I would just like you guys to think about what's really going on. Yes, we need more single-family homes because they do pay taxes on their property. But when somebody moves into an apartment, they don't pay any property taxes, they pay rent. It's the people that loan that land. And right now, they're paying no property taxes. Nobody's paying any property, and we're not getting any. And that's at Asteri. And I think that abatement lasts several more years. So somebody needs to. And we're at war with Iran. They shut the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe you guys don't know what that means, but I do. Your mutual aid program that you started up and you all locked us down in 2020 and took our civil liberties away. We had little boxes everywhere to donate, but those were taken down right away. What, 2022, 2023 when we opened back up? And I wanted to say thank you to everybody that comes to these meetings and speaks. It's very hard to get here. I really appreciate you listening, and I hate to be so upset, but I am. Thank you.
Thanks, Sherry. It's good to see you tonight. Glad you're here. Also, I wanted to let everyone know that I did run into Faye Gugakis at Green Star. She wanted me to let you all know that she misses you dearly, and she would like to come to one of our meetings, but she has not been feeling well. She also wanted me to let you know that she is back in Green Star, so she's been reinstated. So happy to hear that from Faye. Yes, give it up for Faye. We miss Faye. She's one of our favorites. Next, we have Margaret Fabrizio, who is here from the City of Ithaca, and she's going to give us one of the city updates.
Thank you so much. Great to be here. I'm going to try to go fast. I think you have a long meeting ahead. We've all heard a lot about flock already. I was going to talk about it first thing, though. I know it's on everybody's mind, and I think I could say that council is unanimous in their concerns about improper data collection, despite all of the local efforts that we've been able to do between the sheriff and the police department. They've given tremendous thought and care to how we can limit our exposure. And just given the overreach and the lawlessness that we see every day on the national level.
Margaret, can you step up to the mic a little bit?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
better. Thank you.
I'm just saying, I think I speak for everybody on council of saying that no amount of reassurance at this point is going to ease our concerns. However, I do agree with people who are saying we should take a breath and take our time to figure out exactly how this would potentially work. There is a resolution still for tomorrow to potentially turn off cameras and end the flock contract with the city. This was fast-tracked, and it was added as a member item, filed item, so it hasn't had an extensive committee review. And in just the last couple days, it's really clear to me that we need to communicate and collaborate with all of you on this, and I've been alerting my colleagues to this. I'm very grateful to Travis for his emails and to Shauna and Judith for conversations that they've had with council members to help the city understand the potential interconnectedness between the county's GIVE funds and some city and joint city and county programming. This is all about possible unintended consequences, related to contract cancellation. We need way more information. I'm not sure my colleagues are convinced of that yet, but I hear that the city attorney and the county attorney had a conversation today. So I'm hoping that between that and any more information that you receive and can convey to the city, that we will be able to, take a breath and look at this really carefully. So I would encourage you to reach out with any more thoughts and information that you have. And I just want to say, I think this is another great example of why we need to work more closely together. And I'm really encouraged to see these conversations starting to happen. So thank you for that. In other news, I want to just mention Just Cause. The Mayor's Committee charged with researching wrongful discharge and labor protections, known as Just Cause legislation, has laid out a timeline to obtain worker data for Ithaca, to review labor protections that are in place in other cities and their implications for employers and workers, and to develop a policy statement. And again, I think this is on a pretty short timeline. The committee wants to have this information ready by May, and then a final report drafted in the summer. And Jorge DeFendini is chairing this group. If you know of employers who want to give input, I encourage you to reach out to Jorge. I'm encouraging the committee to broaden their stakeholder group to include places like Cayuga Med, Tompkins Community Bank, Wegmans, and downtown restaurateurs. They're not currently on the list that I saw. I also know there are several lawyers, retired and active, who have a great interest in this, and I think they would bring a lot of helpful information to the table. And, a comprehensive review for me will include, ideally from the get-go, an understanding of the legality of this legislation and also the financial costs and associated potential litigation risks. So I will be pushing for all of that. And in other committee news, we have several other new ones. There's a select committee on rules of order and procedure. Just to review, corrections and suggest changes in the operation of council. One of interest to the public, I would mention, is the proposed change to include public comment at all 3 full council meetings held each month. And I am also proposing requiring a supermajority vote to increase taxes beyond the mandated tax cap, and to ensure that the first public hearing on our budget is no sooner than 1 week after the budget gets published. On our agenda tomorrow is a mayoral proposal to establish a special committee on coordinated unhoused services planning. So this is, it's, from my understanding, it's a spin-off group of the one that was working on the hub concept. And so the idea is to explore what might be the best possible ways to reduce reliance on outdoor encampments and bridge individuals to permanent housing. Figuring how to best connect individuals with social and behavioral health services and housing vouchers, and how this will intersect with the new unarmed responder program will all be part of the charge. I expect to be appointed to this, and if I am, I will be reaching out to see how we can partner to best support these efforts while we are waiting to have a permanent shelter in place. Greg asked me last month about how the council structure for working on issues of this kind is being handled. And so in addition to these special committees tasked by the mayor with these specific goals, we also have these advisory committees which are meeting regularly: housing, economic and community development, public works and operations, finance, public safety, sustainability and adaptability and resilience, human services, quality of life, and intergovernmental relations. Just a couple more things really quickly. I'm just in from the Downtown Ithaca Alliance. We have 5 new businesses that are opening downtown, as well as 4 more who have announced their openings this month, and 1 in May. And these were aided by the city's retail mini grant program and also the county's retail recruitment. So thank you for those efforts. And they're a mix of restaurants and clothing stores and a karaoke and arts hub mixed in for fun. And let's see, while I'm talking about downtown, just a reminder that this Saturday, March 7th, 12 to 4 p.m. is the chili cook-off. So I hope it's on your calendar. And just a note, just a reminder again, this is the only fundraiser that the Downtown Ithaca Alliance has for the year, and it directly supports the signature free events that they offer, like the Apple Harvest Festival, the Summer Concert Series, and winter holiday events. Other stuff, just really quickly, the Bonadio Group continues to help in the Controller's Office to get us audit ready. And we're already seeing like way more detailed accounting coming our way, which is very exciting. They're also going to be handling an RFP for our 2022 audit because they're helping get us audit ready. They can't actually do the audit, but they're going to help ensure that we get connected with a good firm to help us with that. The controller search, I'm happy to say, is complete, and council's expecting a recommendation soon about that. And the same for the human resource director search. Second round interviews are this week, so a decision will be coming soon. I saw you have sales tax on your agenda, so I just want to mention our January sales tax collections are up 8% over January of 2025. And the last year, 2025 sales tax, the last information we got is that it's up 2.6% compared to 2024. Other money stuff with regard to budget, we're going to be planning a kickoff in May for our budget, which is great that it's getting earlier. It's been getting earlier these last couple years. And there'll hopefully be a 5-year capital projects plan for us to consider for 2027 as well. So I'm personally hoping that we're going to be able to have some conversations between city and county reps around that time regarding shared services. So yeah, my last note is just about communication, again, to say thank you so much for being available to check in with, and I really hope that we can grow these relationships and build the kind of communication that I think hasn't really been in place between the city and county reps historically. So I appreciate being here, and all of you again. Thank you for all of your work. If anybody has any questions, I can briefly answer them. Yes, Adam.
Well, thank you so much for your detailed report on the topic of communication between city and county reps. I'll be giving my report from the county to the city tomorrow, and I'm just wondering if there's anything in our packed agenda or from the meeting last month that you think that you and the other members of the council will be interested in hearing.
Certainly Flock, because that is going to be still on the agenda tomorrow, as far as I know. Yeah, can't think of anything else in particular right now. Maybe some information about the Code Blue Shelter and how things are going with that. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret, I also had a conversation with Mayor Cantalmo, and I did extend an invitation for you all to come in and take a look at the shelter. At any time, you could just drop in, is what Volunteers of America had
Thank you so much.
offered.
That would be great. Thank you.
Sure. Greg Mezzi?
Excuse me. Margaret, I appreciate the follow-up to my question from last meeting. So thanks for including that in your report. I, again, appreciate that flow of information back and forth. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions for Margaret? Okay.
Call me anytime. Let's meet up.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Wonderful report. We appreciate it. Okay, next we are going to do legislator privilege of the floor. Judith Hubbard and then Mike Sigler.
I'd like to mention the Cornell Symphony Orchestra is presenting a free concert for young people. I'm sure we're all young at heart and would also be welcome. Before the concert at 2 p.m., there's an instrument petting zoo for those who wish to pet instruments, and then the concert starts at 3 p.m. in Bailey Hall. And once again, free concert includes parts of various things. I wanted to say whole planets, but I don't see it on the list. I thought it was on the list. Sorry.
What's the date?
Tomorrow, Sunday, March 8th.
Mike Sigler.
Well, I just wanted to say that the blue, she's left, but the blue food boxes are still available in Lansing, New York. So you can go to the bus stop there by the town hall. There's one there. There's also one over by the Catholic Church, and I think there's even one up on Asbury Road, unless that one's no longer there. But those two I know do exist. So
There's one on Graham Road as well.
Graham Road as well. There you go. So they are out there in the world, at least in Lansing they are. Shrek, go see it. March 11th and 14th, Lansing High School. It's going to be great. A lot of fun, good show. So there you go, March 11th and 12th, and it starts at 6:30 p.m. That's Wednesday through Saturday. So.
Mike, do we have a favorite actor we're rooting for in that one?
No, actually, she's 8th grade, so she's not.
Oh, not till next year, okay.
She's actually glad to not have to perform in Shrek, so, to be an ogre, I don't know.
Irene?
I'll just briefly add to the litany of things around Flock that I believe our sheriff is out in the Danby Town Board meeting right now, talking about Flock cameras out there.
Great. Randy?
Yeah, I just wanted to let everybody know that each year at Tompkins County Soil and Water, they have various measurements they have to go through for the state to see if they get any additional awards that they may not necessarily get before. So last year, Veronica know from 2025, they completed a lot of training that's about focusing on their finances, staff and attendance of board of directors and various things. And so this year from 2025, they're awarded $244,000 to their budget for Part C. It's good that John Hunt's now on this Soil and Water Board, but you could probably add a lot more information on the value of what Soil and Water does as you go along than I do. So I'm looking forward to that. So.
Thank you. Any other comments from legislators? Announcements? Okay, I have a really quick chair's report. I do want to thank Travis. I know that Flock has been a topic of conversation for both the city and the county, and thank you for establishing the working group. I think that's a great response. I think we need to be calculated here, and we need to look at all the information and take our time making good decisions. So thank you, Travis, for your leadership on that. Today, a group of us met with Ithaca College, Travis, Iris, Christy, John, and our admin team. And we talk about their enrollment. We talked about some of the struggles they're having. They seem to be doing actually really well. Their enrollment is up. They've accepted some students for the fall of 2026. And there are there are some projects that they're really excited about in the future. I was able to meet with the chair of the Cortland County Legislature this morning, with the clerk, as well as their county administrator. We talked about some possible collaborations. One thing that we also talked about was for our legislature and their legislature to grab some lunch at some point, maybe the Mexican restaurant in Dryden there, and then afterwards go for a tour of TC3. I know some of you have just recently been on a tour, but for us to start the conversation in April in regards to the funding for TC3 and include both their legislature and our legislature at the table. So that's something we're going to try and get scheduled over the next month or so. And then lastly, I do have some sad news. Town board member Rob Rosen passed away this past week. Rob lived in my district, and we actually had petitioned together, and he will definitely be missed. He was a great servant and a great neighbor, and our thoughts and prayers definitely go out to his family. So, as far as our agenda, I have two resolutions I want to move up. The first one was Resolution Y, which is the CETO position, but I'd also like to move up Resolution X, which is going to be for Terry Carroll, so that he can go home to his family and not have to spend the evening with us. Oh, good. Okay. Well, sorry, Terry. You're here with us for the long run. Okay. Let's see here. If we could get a mover for Resolution Y, and that's a confirmation of the appointment of the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer, and that was actually submitted by Legislator Pillar. So, would you like to move?
Sure, yes. I'd like to move, did you read all the things? Confirmation of the appointment of the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer, ID number 13906.
Perfect, and seconded by Travis Brooks. And I'm going to turn it over to Corsa.
Yes, thank you. I believe the vacancy occurred last year. We set up a committee, we evaluated, we received 26 applications. After 2 rounds of interview process, the recommendation county administration received from the panel was to move forward with Leon. I was excited that he accepted the position, so the resolution is to affirm, based on the amendment made to the county charter, to affirm that appointment.
Wonderful. If there's anyone that would like to discuss this, we can go into executive session. Please raise your hand now. Okay. Leon, would you like to come up and say a few words?
Should we vote first?
Oh, sorry, not yet, sorry. You stay there, though. You stay there. Sorry, it's my fault. Mom, you're not going anywhere. Okay, let's see here. We don't need a roll call. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, Shauna. Thank you for this opportunity. I just have 3 quick thank yous and a short anecdote, and I'll get out of your hair. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
First and foremost, I want to thank everyone in this room, the entire body. I initially, when Corsa and I had this conversation, I was going to prepare something, and I thought, no, I want my introduction to them to be the human that they're getting and make it come from the heart. And so I want to thank you all first and foremost, because as lay humans out in the community, we don't recognize all of the hard work that goes on in this room. How difficult it must be to get 16 humans to consensus on some things. Right? I mean, seriously. And so sometimes I think we take it for granted and we just want quickness, right? And so thank you for all of the hard work that you do in here that reflects what happens out in the community, because I think that we just assume that you all have magic wands and you come in here every meeting and just wave it and things get fixed. The second one is that I want to personally thank Mr. Travis Brooks and Veronica Pilar for making yourselves available and for your bandwidth during my first panel. It meant a lot to me to look up and see you two there, because when you're in a room like that and you're surrounded by 10 people, it really helps to look up and see a familiar face, an advocate that you know is supporting you, and that really, really meant a lot to me, and I'm really grateful for that. So thank you for that. And my last thank you is to Mr. Corsa Akumfi. I know that you don't realize what this means to me, because in my whole career, you'll be the first superior melanated human who identifies as male that I've worked for, and that's one of the boxes that I wanted to check in my career. So I'm really looking forward to that and working with you and doing some amazing things in the community. Get ready, because I'm a lot. So
Yeah, we like that.
Last thing I want to say, I never thought that I was going to go into HR. I'm an HR professional certified by profession. Back in 2014, I was working for Con Edison, which is the NYSEG of downstate, and that was my first big boy career, right? That was I was in the union, UWUA, Local 1-2, and it felt really good, you know, to have that role and know that I could progress through the organization, because that's how people usually get in. You start like a clerk 1-2 or a GU, and then you work your way up. You know, some people are there 30, 40, 50 years. I had a section manager. His name is Scott Calbera. I'll never forget him, and I hope he's somewhere watching this. An older human, I think he was like 5 years from retirement, cisgendered, non-melanated human. I didn't even know I was on this man's radar. One day he comes to me in the cubicle. It's a room two sizes as this, and just cubicles all over the place. He comes to my cubicle. He says, Leon, HR is going to be hiring for an HRP, which is a human resources professional. That's what HRP means. And he says, I want you to apply for it. And I said, Mr. Calbera, I don't have an HR background. He's like, this is not a suggestion, this is a directive. And so I apply for it, and I don't get it, right? I apply, I do all the things, they send me the email right away. And they were like, nope. And so I just forward that email to him, and I say, hey, Mr. Calbera, I did what you asked, and you know, they went a different direction. He was like, give me a minute. I don't know what he did. The very next day, he calls me, and he says, Leon, they're going to take the posting down, and they're going to repost it, and I want you to apply again. And I'm like, Mr. Calbera, you embarrassed me, right? He's like, just do what I asked you to do. I did it. They moved me on to the next round. I went through all of the steps, and they gave me the role. And so I know he did something. I don't know what it was, but he saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. And every time I get to the next level, I send him a text message, and I say, Mr. Calbera, you created a monster. And I was going to wait until the day of my orientation to text him, but I'm going to text him tonight and tell him once again. And every time he replies, Leon, I'm not surprised. And so I just want you to know that that's what equity means to me, is that we're all here to support each other beyond race, ethnicity, gender identity, age, socioeconomic status, geography. None of that matters. Our jobs is to support each other and the community, and that's what I'm going to show up and do every day for you. I told Corsa, it's not my job to put more things on his plate. My job is to come to him with 2 or 3 solutions and have him choose what he thinks the best way is to go. He has enough stuff on his plate without me bringing things there, right? Because then I'm not doing my job. He's doing my job, right? So I just want to say thank you all. I'm absolutely floored by this opportunity, and I'm going to nail it.
Love it.
I appreciate you.
Thank you. Veronica.
Yeah, can I say something briefly? Yeah, Leon, congratulations. Very excited to work with you. You don't have to stand up, but you can. I just want to say it was a privilege to be part of the hiring process. This position is still fairly new, and I think that those of us on the committee honestly learned a lot from talking with the candidates, from talking with each other about the candidates in the position. Every CEDO has come into a very different situation. Our first one came in at the height of developing reimagining public safety plans, an early Team Jedi. Our second one came in the middle of strategic plan development, and ended up with an institutionalizing equity report and framework. Also brought us closer in partnership with the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. And now Leon's coming in having this existing framework, having equity indicators and a lot of structure set up, but not yet embedded throughout the institutions because it's all still new. So it's a new challenge. The resolution says that Leon Holden is qualified to perform the duties and responsibilities of the position, but it's more than that. I think this position at this time, you're the right person, and we are excited to get going.
Veronica.
You're here. Great. Thank you. Okay, next we're going to look at Resolution X, authorizing county administration to sign an easement with New York State Electric and Gas, NYSEG, for electric vehicle charging infrastructure to support the installation of 2 fast chargers at the Ithaca Tompkins International Airport, ID 13868. Can I get a mover, please? I'm sorry. Oh, Lee, would you mind moving that?
Yes.
Thank you. A seconder, please. Travis Brooks. And Lee, would you like to speak with this? Or let's see, here's Haley. Haley, hi, welcome to our meeting. Would you like to
thanks for having me.
Talk to the resolution for us?
Yes. So this is a resolution that is authorizing the county administrator to sign an easement with NYSEG so that they can have access to a transformer that is needed in order to install the DC fast chargers. Just a little bit of background. When we entered into the contract with GreenSpot in April of 2025, we were anticipating it going at a different location than it is. And so with that move, the transmission needed to be updated. And so that's the cause for the easement. We have been working with Maury's office to try to negotiate so that it wouldn't be in perpetuity. However, NYSEG was not amenable to that. And so that would have to be a discussion after the charging equipment is no longer in use. But Maury, if you'd like to speak to that, please do so.
Well, it's actually, it's very simple. I mean, NYSEG has basically said, if you want the juice, you got to give us the easement. And we had asked for an easement that expires when the county no longer requires the equipment, but they were not willing to do that in terms of what can happen later. If and when we reach a point where the county no longer needs the equipment. I don't see a tremendous exposure there because we could tell NYSEG we don't want it anymore. Come take it away, and if and open up a negotiation or discussion at that time about ending the easement. I doubt that we would come to blows with NYSEG over it, but if we did, we could always load the transformer in the back of a pickup truck and bring it over to them, and just be done with it. But the easement itself, it's not a big piece of property. It's a 10 by 10 square, plus being able to get to and from it, where GreenSpot would lay down a concrete pad. NYSEG would put the transformer on top of it, so it just needs to be able to get to the pad and back. When it's doing that work, we're talking about a space the size of a small office or a small bedroom. So I think if the as obnoxious as their position is, that if we want to do the canopies at the airport, this is what we need to do.
Lee Sharliff.
Just to iterate or reiterate, this is at the Ithaca Tompkins International Airport. It's a dual charger and at no cost to the county, aside from the easement and the frustration that some of our staff has been through.
Yep, there's no cost to the county. The airport would actually see a 5% revenue that would result from charging, it being used as chargers.
Any other questions or comments? Greg?
Does the easement, is it for a transformer? Is that correct? Does that transformer service any other, it's just for those chargers?
As far as we know, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Could it serve other purposes with that easement?
The way the easement is drafted, it is not for any other purposes other than to operate the solar canopies.
EV chargers.
The EV chargers, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm confusing the projects, but they're both electric.
I just fundamentally have issue encumbering county land without ability to revoke. And I know the ability exists through negotiation legal mechanism, but as we've seen, NYSEG has not proven themselves to be good negotiators, as they're currently in, what is it, the judicial...
Rate case. Administrative law judge.
Administrative law judge, thank you. So I don't really trust their ability to negotiate in the long run. I support this project, but I will be voting no against this because I fundamentally think NYSEG needs to hear the message that they don't get to set the rules.
Okay, I have Judith and Iris.
Do we know how much dollar value 5% might turn out to be?
We don't have a good judge of that because at the time there hadn't been a bunch of chargers in the area. It probably won't be a ton, but also it could be. We really just don't know until it's in practice. Yeah, not a great answer, but.
Thanks. I have similar feelings to Greg about our relationship with NYSEG.
Iris?
Yeah, thanks for presenting this. Curious if we vote it down, what would happen to the contract that we have? Is there some alternative? And then second question, does the county currently have any fast chargers on any county property available for the public?
So the county does not have any fast chargers. There are the Tesla fast chargers that are by Trader Joe's, and then there is a fast charger at, I believe it's a Holiday Inn. So this is actually, it is a huge asset to have another fast charger option in the county, especially at that location. And so that's kind of where this all came out. So I believe 2 years ago, this process started and Green Spot was selected and yada, yada. In terms of if it gets voted down, I think we'd be fine with our contract with Green Spot because it's really they're taking on the liability by providing the equipment, installing it, all the construction costs, et cetera. But it kind of would set us back in the sense of we'd either have to go back to NYSEG to try to negotiate again, which they were not amenable to that before. And then if we had to go back even further, it would probably be releasing a new RFP and going through that whole process. But I still think we'd be in the same boat because in order to service that location, which is the second location that we've tried in that area, we need we need to have the infrastructure.
Thank you. So because of that, and as someone who owns an EV, I can say that there's a real need for it. I don't have a Tesla. So, Tesla chargers only work with Teslas unless you buy a $250 adapter if your car manufacturer has it. So for folks in the room who don't have an EV, a fast charger means you can charge your car in about 30 minutes from down to almost zero all the way up to 80%. If you use a slower charger, the trickle chargers, which is what we do have peppered around in the city, it takes 6 to 8 hours. I mean, nobody is actually going to use it, right? It doesn't help you. If you're down and, you're almost out of power, that's not where you're going to go. So I think if there's a real need for this in the city and in the county, and I also think one of the main barriers to people procuring EVs is that they're afraid there is nowhere to charge. I literally have family members who have the same car I do, and one of them is afraid to drive it around because he's worried he's going to run out of power. But if you have a reliable place that you can go and do a quick charge, I mean, even in 10, 15 minutes, you can get a huge chunk of your car charged with a fast charger. It's a real need, and if we want to see this transition away from burning fossil fuels, we need to make the infrastructure available. I think a 10 by 10 plot is not that much space. We're not giving NYSEG, carte blanche to do whatever there. It's simply so they can put the utility lines in to get the power where it needs to be. So I will absolutely be supporting this.
Thank you. I have Randy. I'm going to take a turn, and then Greg.
Oh, yeah, so this has been in the works for a while, Terry, over a year, I think. And it did go through committee, and there was analysis of what we thought our funds would be. It seems to be $9,000, $12,000. It was someplace in that per year. But I agree with Iris. This is a real asset. It would be a good asset for people visiting the airport. And it's a little bit of revenue, but more importantly, people could go there and get lunch or whatever it is. So I will be supporting this. I think it's the right thing to do.
Thank you. I also have an electric vehicle, and as I'm traveling throughout the Northeast, it is very, very hard to find a place where you can charge. And I do have a Tesla, which means the network's a little bit bigger, but there are times where you go to communities. I remember going to Utica a few years ago, and it was freezing cold outside. I had like 3%, and I almost had to get towed because there was no place to charge. The one thing that I guess I am concerned about is the fact that you actually have to go into the parking. You have to grab a ticket into airport parking.
So just to clarify, it's not at that site anymore.
Oh, okay.
That was the initial site that we had wanted, was right close to the airport. This is actually up near the sheriff's office, near the fueling depot.
Oh, great.
So it's
okay.
Yeah.
Good. Well, that was my one concern.
Completely free.
Yeah. Awesome. I'll definitely be supporting this. And I certainly don't care to make deals with NYSEG, but I think that there's just such a need. And I know that BJ's has a level 1, but again, just what Iris said, you're going to be there for 6 hours charging, and that's not going to get anyone to any place. So let's see here, Greg.
Yeah, so two things. So one, this isn't really even at the airport. By airport, we mean just at the end of the runway on the other side of the fence, completely not at the airport. Okay. So the argument for the airport seems to have quickly charged itself out of the equation.
So in terms of being able to use like the amenities at the airport, not likely, but it still, because it's on the airport land, that's where they would get the 5% revenue. So it's still technically their land and able to get that benefit.
Okay, so I also have a March 20th, 2025 memo from GreenSpot, projected income forecast. And this was a revenue sharing 5%. And Terry, is this public to share? Okay. Average utilization, the 5% revenue would be $2,000 to $6,000 per year, and above average utilization would be $13,000 to $35,000 per year. So that's what we're talking about in terms of expected utilization. For me, I understand the environmental benefits. It would be nice if there was a fast fuel diesel there that some of us could fill up with too while we were driving past there as well, because those are hard to find. But I think that, again, to my point of, this is not at the airport. It's not for airport customers. And we're also making a deal with the electric devil. And I don't see how giving even a 10-inch by 10-inch or 10-millimeter by 10-millimeter space to NYSEG for their use in perpetuity is in the best interest of the county to encumber our land for a purpose that these projections were when it was based in being at the airport's parking lot. Now with it not even being in the airport parking lot, I'd cut these down to maybe even less.
So what we've heard from GreenSpot, and we talked about this with the committee when we brought it there, is that from their business, what they've seen is that people that use these fast chargers are rarely using the amenities that come with them. What they're generally doing is they're parking, they're plugging in, and they're going on their phone for 15, 20 minutes and then leaving. So they didn't see the amenities as a huge draw for people coming to these stations. What they did see is that there's not a ton of stations in Tompkins County. This is right off of Route 13 for the most part. It would be a big draw for people to go there rather than trying to go into the city and go to the Trader Joe's one, for instance.
Okay, yeah, again, for so many more reasons now. I support fast charging, support it without a permanent easement, support it with a revocable easement. I don't necessarily know if the sheriff's fueling station there is the best location. It seems like maybe a convenient location.
So we had this conversation with facilities in the sheriff's office as well. One of the other benefits is as we continue to get more electric vehicles for the sheriff's office, they saw it as a potential benefit for them to be able to charge there as well.
So do we pay for that charging there, or do we get that charging for free for those vehicles?
We would pay for it, but it would be discounted because obviously we'd get
Taking
the 5% back, yeah.
So we get 95, so it would be 95% of the cost.
Yeah, but it would save us from spending $100,000 in infrastructure ourselves to put in a station.
So I guess if we're going to be at, like, why wouldn't we put in $100,000 worth of infrastructure at that location if a primary purpose would be to charge sheriff vehicles and not continue to pay this group in the long run?
I'm not saying that it would be the primary purpose to serve sheriff's vehicles. It would be an ancillary purpose that the sheriff's vehicles could sometimes charge there, but it wouldn't be the primary driver.
Okay. Yeah, again, sorry, I don't know if this cake is fully baked, so I'm going to say no. But I appreciate everybody's work on this effort.
I have you, Irene. Arel, can you tell us at the Sheriff's Department, are they equipped to charge their electric vehicle right now, the Mustang? Oh, sorry, Terry.
No, so they can charge their Mustang right now. They have 4 electrified vehicles. They can charge 2 of them at any given time. So they do some rotations, but again, we are trying to increase the number of electric vehicles at the sheriff's office. And so at this point, we are running out of capacity to install more charging stations at the sheriff's office. So the more electric vehicles we get, it's going to become more and more of an issue.
Okay, thank
Terry,
you.
Are those level 2 or level 3 that
It's
they
just
have?
a level 2 station.
So the level 2 is the slower, medium.
Yeah.
Right. So also it would take 6 to 8 hours to charge.
Okay, I have Irene and then Judith.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's any time crunch on this. And if not, I would like to see bouncing it back and actually engaging with the Public Service Commission. There actually may even be some Public Service Commission rulings about, certainly NYSEG I know has in the past had franchise agreements in perpetuity, and I believe that those are not considered legal to do anymore. I'm very troubled by this idea. I too own an electric vehicle. I would like to see more EV charging wherever we can put it, fast charging. But if there's no time crunch on doing this, I think that we should take this back and fight before we let NYSEG do this. It's a principle thing to me.
Is that a motion?
Sure.
Okay.
I have a motion.
To send it back to committee?
Can I just find out from Terry, is there a time crunch on this? Do we have to do this?
There isn't.
Or Haley, sorry.
There isn't a time crunch per se, other than that, we've been working on this since April of 2025 is when we entered into the contract with GreenSpot, and then they are eager to get it built.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was a motion?
So I'll make a motion that we, am I tabling the existing resolution, sending it back, help me through this?
Yeah.
Sending the existing resolution back to committee?
To the P committee?
To the,
or was it, did it come through HC?
Facilities.
I think it went to F and I.
Facilities?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So send it back to
So send it back
facilities
to F and
committee.
I, and with the instruction to engage with the Public Service Commission on this topic, do some research through their system to find out whether this is permissible or not, get some sort of declarative ruling from the commission before we allow NYSEG to do this.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Greg. And any questions or comments related to specifically Irene's motion?
Yes. And I'm going to throw it over to council. Your thoughts on an appeal or discussion with the PSC?
Well, I don't know whether the PSC would rule on the lawfulness of an easement request. or not. I'm just looking through the abstract of title from 31 Dutch Mill Road, so which has a couple of NYSEG easements running all over the property, so it's not as though there's a lack of precedent for NYSEG having easements for its power delivery systems to county facilities. Now, I haven't looked up, the title or the county clerk records for other county facilities, but I would suspect there are others. So I don't think that what we're looking at is uncommon. I'm looking at one of the easements from 1988 to the Dutch Mill Road property, and it's a perpetual easement as well.
Yeah, and I'm familiar with those historically being the case. But I don't know. Personally, I think it's worth pushing it to the PSC, at least asking for a declaratory ruling on
Okay,
it.
so I do want to have a time check, and I do want to remind some of my colleagues, this might have been one of the easier resolutions we have tonight. This is, there is some common good here. If we could keep things crisp, because I have a feeling we're probably going to talk about our center of government for a few minutes, hours. Okay, I have a list full of people. This is only to speak on the amendment that that Irene has made. So it has to be on if we are going to send this back to committee. Judith, Iris, and then Rachel. Okay.
This is like sort of about Irene's suggestion. I was going to suggest we amend this to only allowing a revocable easement, and then we could pass it, but that just gives the administrator the ability to sign for a revocable easement if we can negotiate that. And that would then be in his pocket for if we can manage to get that through. And if not, then we could continue the process with the PSC.
So we have an amendment on the floor right now. Do you want to amend that amendment? We could do it once.
It doesn't really make sense to amend this amendment with that, so I don't quite know how
I think
it
that
fits
kind of
together.
takes us down a dark path. I would say,
to put it out there as an alternative.
Okay, so why don't we go forward with Irene's amendment? Iris?
Just a question for Maury. What would the time frame look like if we were to go to the PSC and ask for some kind of opinion?
Years.
That's what I'm wondering about.
Yeah, I could only speculate, but my speculation is that they would not respond quickly given other experiences with the PSC and given the languid pace at which the PSC is moving through the rate case. I mean, I'm surprised they can get out of bed in the morning.
Okay, so more than 6 months would be something like that.
I think if we write them a letter, we'll be, asking probably for at least that long or more.
Okay, thanks.
I did have a department head that just texted me and say, I just would like to remind folks there are other departments that are up there that can also benefit from these chargers. So, okay, if there's no one else to speak on the amendment, we're going to vote on if we should send this back to the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee and not vote on it tonight. So all those in favor, please raise your hand to send this back to Facilities. That's 1, 2, and 3. All those against, please raise your hand. And that's the rest of us. Okay, so we're not going to send this back to committee. The original motion is on the floor for the original resolution, and I have Judith and Iris. Okay, I did have Rachel, I think. Okay.
I would like to propose an amendment, which is that we modify this to sign an easement to signing a temporary easement or a revocable easement or whatever the right word would be that would then authorize our administration to try to negotiate for that with NYSEG, and if they are unsuccessful, then they can bring it back here and we can think about it again.
Is there a second? Seconded by Travis. Maury, have you had a conversation, or has anyone had a conversation with NYSEG?
Yes, Holly had several conversations with them, and the exact provision that we had asked for was, let me just read it to you because it's pretty clear what we were looking for, that they said no to. Just find that. Basically, without looking for it, it basically gave, had the easement be subject to revocation by the county on 90 days notice in the event it no longer required use of the equipment. It was very clear, and it was rejected. So I think the only thing that would be happening if we do that negotiation is we take another run at them. Does NYSEG, stand to lose anything if we, do they have an incentive to back off? If I mean, maybe there's a little bit of embarrassment, but I don't know that they would particularly care about whether they can install a transformer to supply power to at fast chargers at the airport or not. I just think it's probably something that's too small to get on their radar.
Thank you. Okay, Judith, her amendment is on the floor. Any other comments or questions to her amendment? Deborah?
I think in view of the course of the negotiations that have occurred so far, there isn't much point. I mean, I'm trying to understand why this is such a big deal anyway. It's 10 by 10. It's in a parking lot, I would assume. If we don't need the transformer anymore, I don't know what on earth NYSEG would do with it. I mean, clearly, NYSEG's a bunch of buttheads. We all know that.
Deborah.
But this is the way they are, and this just doesn't seem to be a battle worth picking.
Katrina said that was your good behavior.
Oh, I could have said something much worse.
I know. Greg?
Yeah, my only concern, and Deborah here, it is a small fly in the tent, for sure. But my only concern is that in the event that we were ever to need that parcel for some other county good, are we going to be then strapped with relocating and paying, and are we going to be on the hook for NYSEGs in the event we negotiate, we need that 10 by 10 parcel back? There's unknowns to the county in that scenario. So I don't feel like we should be encumbering land if there's existing encumbrances, that we make a calculated decision on purchasing. But I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of something. I could see a license agreement for the use of that 10 by 10 square while they're collecting revenue. NYSEG's incentive for this is they're in the energy supply business, right? So they want to, they're not supply, the delivery. So they want to deliver as much as possible, and it sounds like their revenues aren't as strong as they need to be. So their incentive is gaining customer base. This would gain customer base, in my opinion. So I also wonder if this is a low level or a mid-level person that just says no, and if we escalate this, they'd be like, yeah, why wouldn't you do this in Tompkins County? Where did the buck stop, and did it go high enough to really get an answer that we're looking for? That I don't know. Is this just their first pass, and could they cave? I think it's worth asking the question, because I don't think we should be the ones to cave to NYSEG.
Okay. I see no other hands. Let's go ahead and vote on Judith's amendment. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that fails. We're back to the original resolution as written. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Those in favor of resolution X and
I still have a comment on the.
oh, I'm sorry, John. Go ahead.
Just a clarification from Haley. You mentioned the chargers at Trader Joe's, and there are Tesla chargers, and I don't have an electric vehicle, but I had a visitor last summer who said that those Tesla chargers were not as fast as the ones he knows about. And I'm just curious if this other charger that's going to be up near the airport would be different?
Not different. I believe it's a 200 kW charger, which is like not like the most high end, but definitely still a
Is that the
fast
same as
charger.
the ones at Trader Joe's?
I believe in the same realm. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on Resolution X. And this is for authorizing county administrator to sign an easement with New York State Electric and Gas for electric vehicle charging infrastructure to support the installation of 2 fast chargers at the Ithaca Tompkins International Airport, ID 13868. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mike, is your hand up? Okay. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and I'm 13. Those against, please raise your hand. And that's 3. That does pass. Thank you. All. And next, we are going to move on to our special topical presentation, and that would be from Corsa Kumfi, County Administrator. And I see Arel's here, and we have some of our friends from Holtz. Quay is here, and Bernard. I think Quay was here. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. I think over the last couple of months, we have gone through various conversations about the Senate government and where we are, and some key decision points that are pending your consideration. We were given direction through exchange of emails in terms of where we need to go with the project. So we have a presentation put together to go through 3 scenarios. First scenario is, what will it cost the county if we do nothing? The second scenario is there an option for us to build smaller? And how small? So in terms of the size of building, it's purely based on the program. So if we say 40,000 square foot, we are evaluating that based on the program need. If we say 20,000, so based on the program evaluation, we came up with a plan of a 37,000 plus square foot. And also the original goal of what the original intent for the project is, as was executed a couple of years ago, of consolidating significant portion of county operations. And I believe currently, based on the architectural designs and drawing, we are up to 50,000 square foot, and that include a 20% growth factor. One of the things I just want to say about the growth factor is it was at the request of the legislators. If we want to create an opportunity for growth in the future, what will that look like? And per HOT analysis, they indicated that a 20% growth factor consideration at the moment will cost around about, I believe, $1 million or $1.5 million. And there was some support for us to consider that in the planning. So the 20% growth factor in the building as at the behest of the legislature's discussion last year. So we will go through those scenarios, and then based on your direction, we in administration will do our absolute best to deliver the product or the service as is required by our responsibility. So I'll call on Norma to go through the presentation, and Arel is here, Holt is here. If there are specific questions, we'll be happy to provide you responses. I would say we have provided you a lot of information over the course of the time, and we are hoping that this will be very swift, short, and concise. So Norma, if you go through the presentation.
So I'm going to go over this. Everybody has this information in your packets. I'm not going to read these slides to you. We'll just kind of go over them, and we'll hit the high points as we go through. If I can get it to move. Let's see. Okay, there we go. So we're just, as Course already went over, we're going to talk about a couple of scenarios that we have been going over based on the recommendations from the legislature to provide you additional information. Just real quickly, though, to the Center of Government building and the related renovation projects that we're going to talk about are discussed together because they function interconnected. So each component is the broader county operational strategy. So that's the reason why, as we go through this, we're going to talk about existing buildings being renovated as well as the new structure being built, because they all fit together. So just real quickly, this is not going through the capital projects and supporting these large projects is not something that's new, certainly to the county or to Orel. So we've gone through major renovations over the years, the Tompkins County Public Library in 2000, the Human Services Building in 1997, the Public Health Facility renovation in 2010, the Emergency Response Center in 2003, and the Mental Health Building in 1991. So having to build these large capital projects to support the county functions is not something that's new to the organization, for sure. The purpose of the Center of Government was, as it's been over the last, 5 years or 20 years, I guess, that we've been working on this, is to construct a new office building, to consolidate the county departments, and to improve the operational efficiency of those departments. So that was the purpose for building a Center of Government. There are separate projects. As we said, there's a couple of other buildings that will need to be renovated as part of this project, and that's the old jail and the Daniel Lee Tompkins building, and we'll go over that in just a few minutes. So if we were to go a facility that our facility needs without a new build, so there's not really a do-nothing solution here for the county. We have delayed renovations to our buildings in anticipation of this construction. So there's the old jail that's next door, 125 East Court, has not been renovated. We've delayed renovations due to this plan. This building, of course, the Legislature chamber has been renovated, but the first floor has not been, so that's been delayed as well. Of course, the Annex C building that's being discussed for deconstruction, that has been seriously delinquent in its upgrades, because it just recently had a waterfall in one of the offices. So there's some major renovations that have to be done there if we were to keep that building. The other purpose for having a new space, or to determine some new spaces, is we're mandated to relocate the district attorney, the county clerk. So we had to, without a new facility, or if we were to not build a new facility, we'd have to evaluate the cost effectiveness of continuing these aging buildings. We'd have to do a new space study, and we would also be looking to really consolidate all of the departments and trying to find a way to move those two mandated departments out of the courthouse and into a new structure, a new facility. We don't have a true cost yet, because this isn't something that we have investigated, but if we were to do a no new build, it would cost us probably somewhere around $32 million, but of course that would be dependent upon a full evaluation to figure out what that would be. So the second option that we're presenting to you tonight is the Center of Government at a 37,000 square foot, roughly 37,000 square foot building. The concept of this would be the department location would not be fully, we wouldn't be consolidating all of our departments within the county. We would have to limit the number of departments that would go into the Center of Government. It'll be a smaller building. We'll have to utilize other buildings in the county. The building would be designed to fit approximately 105 employees. There would be some flexibility for change. Of course, we would be built with some future growth and being able to expand if needed down the road at an additional cost. There'd be some collaborative spaces, breakout rooms, and we would maximize the use of the space across the county. This assumes that the county current facilities and lease space. So we would put, the old jail has a capacity right now for an FTE of 33. An FTE capacity of 33. The Human Services Annex has a capacity for 16. The Daniel D. Tompkins building can hold 17 FTEs, and the mental health building on the 5th floor would have the capacity to hold 30 FTEs. With this layout, or with this plan, we would have to continue to lease space to house our workforce development, which is about 23. I think it's more like 30 people. I see we have 23 here, but there's about 30 people in that department. The anticipated cost for that would be about $40 million to build out that. I have, these were added, while I was on vacation, these were added to the presentation, but these are the elevations, or the exterior elevations of a 3-story building. The original plan was to build a 4-story building. So this just kind of gives you an overview of what that building would look like.
Yeah, so just to add a bit, the mass of the building will be shrink a little bit as compared to what was presented to you a couple of weeks ago. And also we are moving from 3 floors to 4 floors to 3-floor building.
Thank you. I'll just, if it's okay, does anybody have any questions so far where I've...
Rachel?
Could you explain how the shelled 2-story expansion fits into the square footage that's listed and also into this design?
And I'm sure Raul can jump in and we can share this microphone. The idea would be that the building would be built in such a way that you could add another floor to the building at a later date. Or to be able to expand to the, east and the west side of the building. So there would be some ability to expand the building later on if the legislature so chose to enter into that kind of a capital project.
But we're not actually building a shell and not finishing it
No,
in any part of this building.
We're building it so that it could accept a shell.
Okay. Thank you.
Greg Mezzi.
2 questions. Obviously, that comes at an additional cost, I'm assuming, or no?
What part?
Being able to build a building on top of an existing building, or sorry, building the building so that it can accept an additional 2 floors.
Well, structurally it can. We're not, the current foundations would accept a 4th floor, so we could add a 4th floor. We've done the design for the original building, and so all we've done is shorten it, I think, 30 feet on the west. So we're further away now from the Boardman House. The width of the building, the depth is still the same, and we've just eliminated the 4th floor. So we can do an infill on the 2nd floor. We can add on the west 3 stories, and then we can add a 4th floor to the top of it.
So if we were to add a 4th floor, would we have to vacate the 3rd floor? I'm waiting to hear you say there's no impact to the operation to do that.
There is an impact to the operations.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you might be remembering when we were showing a 4-story building and talking about the incremental cost of adding a 5th floor, that triggered a lot of code implications, and we sort of ruled that out from a budget perspective. The code implications of going from a 3-story building to a 4-story building aren't significant. So with the structure of the 3-story building, we'd be able to accommodate a 3rd floor without changes throughout the rest of the building. So it is a different situation than the earlier conversation of expanding a 58,000 square foot building.
Okay, so we could add a fourth floor if we wanted later.
Yeah.
With minimal disruption to third floor occupants?
Yeah, I think so generally, because we wouldn't be bringing materials through the building. We'd be craning them up on top.
Yeah. But right now, our mechanical room is on the third floor, so we may,
We'd feed up,
Yeah.
right?
It would take a lot of coordination, but you could do it. I don't like doing it that way, but yes, we could do that.
And is it more expensive to build that way?
Yes.
Okay.
It's better to build a fourth floor now and just not finish it, just a shell. We've done that before when we did the Human Services Annex. 20% of that building was just a shell. And that's where Veteran Services is now.
Yeah.
It's been like that for, 10 years. I've tried for many years to put departments that are leasing space there. And we finally were able to put Veteran Services there just a little over a year ago.
So Quay, in your experience professionally, and Raul too, the cost per square foot is exorbitantly more, not that much more, to go back later and retrofit an existing building with an additional fourth floor?
Oh, you'll pay more to do it in the future, and that's not just the cost of money more. Because the contractor is mobilized, you're coming back and bringing framers back, bringing drywallers back, bringing painters back. If they just did it then, it would be cheaper the first time. And then you have the cost of money escalation on top of that.
But then also doing it in an occupied building, you're adding costs.
Okay.
If you were to vacate it, much easier than an occupied building.
So it's possible, just not recommended?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Iris?
For the 37,000 square foot option, which is a slide back, several slides, it's the header that says 37,000 square feet. Yeah, that, that one. No, back one, sorry. You say that we need to increase or continue leasing space for workforce development, but I don't want to share anything that's like outside of public, but aren't we signing a lease for that would, for the current workforce development that would already be?
Yeah, so currently the workforce development, they are in a lease space, and we are in the process of leasing the different space for them to move into, because and we will be maintaining them in the lease space in perpetuity if we move in that direction until we decide otherwise. In terms of funding, we have Department of Labor that share space with our workforce development, and the assumption is we will be paying roughly somewhere in the tune of about 100 and 105,000 for our shared costs with us, with Department of Labor. And if we stay on the original goal, Department of Labor will be paying us rent for the space that we will provide to them.
In the big building?
Yes, the original goal was for them to move into the old jail. That was the original goal program that was presented. So the goal was we build a new building, all the department moving, old jail becomes vacant. We have to then do the renovations at the old jail and move workforce development in that space. With a 37,000 square foot, when we finish that building and we fit it with the department, we'll still need to find a space for the other department in the old jail to go into for us to do the renovation. So there will be that cost that has not yet been factored at all in our planning.
But aren't we looking at a 10-year lease right now that we're going to be signing for the workforce development?
What the program at the moment, yes. So the lease that we talked about was a 10 years lease with a 7 years out. Our goal is the central government will be delivered within 4 to 5 years. It would take about a year to 2 years for us to finish old jail renovation for them to move in. So we believe that 6 to 7 years will be when the old jail will be ready for workforce development to move in. That's the reason why we talked about the 7 years lease for where they are or they will be going to.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Two other quick questions. How quickly are we projecting that we would increase by 20%?
It's a very, we haven't put a timeline to it. I think one of the reasons why we consider the 20% growth factor is the cost associated with increasing the mass a little bit of the building. But what we have seen is because of program changes, department changes so swiftly. For example, we started 2025 not knowing we need additional staff at DSS for eligibility calculation for SNAP. And then because of the federal changes, we have to get additional staff within those units. So depending on the program changes, it can be very swift. The other thing is the building is built with significant degree of flexibility. So, for example, county administration in the building, but if there's other department outside the building that is determined that they will fit well in the building because of the growth condition within that department, we can repurpose for those reasons. But we haven't done the time calculation or time analysis, the reason why we need to have 20% growth factor, but we felt that that would be a reasonable cost based on the amount that was associated with that growth factor consideration at the time. I don't know if you want to add anything.
And that's 20% just for the departments that would be housed in that building?
20% for the whole building, because if you're looking at the size of the building, you're also looking at the size of the shared amenities and things like that.
Okay, and then last question. Until we were to fill into that growth factor, what are the thoughts for how we'd utilize the vacant space?
Based on the design of the building, the vacant space, there will not be like necessarily a vacant space, but there will be additional spaces within said department. But the partitioning of the building allows easy resizing of the offices. So, when we did the program study, for example, with county administration, currently have 13 positions, but we look at additional 2 or 3 desks within that can be used as a swing workspace. And we're also talking about bringing in some interns to support some of our services and things. So administratively, that's how we looked at it. I think Quay will just
I would just add that it won't feel unutilized. The private offices that aren't currently utilized as offices would be set up with furniture as, small collaboration rooms or group meeting rooms, places for people in workstations to sort of break out into small groups for conversation. Workstations that aren't utilized, we wouldn't buy furniture for. There would just be some, soft seating or places in the office for employees to get together for collaboration or meet like casually with visitors.
Sorry, so no furniture but soft seating? What is soft seating?
Not a workstation, not a cubicle workstation, but maybe like 2 chairs and a coffee table, right?
Okay. Is there any discussion of using that space for community meeting rooms? Because I know that was something we got back in the surveys from the public.
It is a public building, so depending on what community conversation that we talked about, I think if you look at a department like veterans, they do have a lot of community events that out of office hours that need those offices. But I don't know. I think it will be based on a security arrangement and what program are we talking about. At the end of the day, we have to look at this. I said, yeah, it's a public building, but there will be confidential information in various departments that we need to be secured. So it's just programmatically what works in terms of, if you say community room, what kind of community usage are we talking about?
But there's no design for, I don't know, the first floor or something having that flex community space maybe away from the confidential records or?
That was the goal, that the first floor will provide that common area for community engagement as well.
Okay, I just want to have a time check-in. It's 7:15, and I do want to remind my colleagues that we're not going to be putting departments into rooms. We're not going to, this is going to be part of our staff decision as far as some of the managing of our staff and where we're going to put them. So let's try not to go too deep. I know we've had hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of conversation about this. Again, it's 7:15. Greg Mezzi.
Thanks. Two quick things. One on sort of flex public meeting space and things like that. Was part of the original conversation, I believe, in this building with vacating planning on the first floor would be to have some conference rooms and things like that that potential advisory boards or other groups could meet in, I believe was part of the original conversation, along with some flex office, drop-in space, et cetera, and some clerk space. So I think, Iris, to that original question, some of that was as part of the campus as a whole. And then when you talk about growth factor, 20%, that you take the total square footage that you need and add 20%?
Right. This is the square footage for departments. Right, not the total gross.
Okay, so number of offices and workstations. So how many employees are slated to go into the original option? I don't want to call it the larger one, but the original as presented.
165, I think.
165?
Yeah.
So 30 extra workstations? Ish? No?
The confusion is you're taking the number from the 37,000 square foot one. But there are more departments in the other building.
So what if let's talk about the big building. I want to know what that 20% growth factor actually means. Because like when we say it on 50-some thousand square feet, it sounds like it's this like big number, like we're adding tens of thousands of square feet. But what are we actually adding as growth factor?
So basically what we found when putting the 20% in, it was a department calculation, not a building calculation. So it was roughly one office or a couple of workstations per department that they could grow without expanding outside their space.
So how many departments are proposed in the original proposal, what some are calling the larger building?
14, 13
for the larger building and 6 or
so we maybe have an extra 20 workspaces.
Yes.
Ish?
13 in the building. And then the new one would be, like I said, 6 or 7, depending on what departments go in and if they're the larger or smaller.
So for myself and my colleagues that are worried about the rapid or overgrowth of a county workforce somehow filling a massive structure, we're really only talking about only being able to accommodate another dozen or 2 employees.
That is correct. And what we found was the reason that discussion came up earlier with the legislature was when we provided a program in 2022, and then we compared it when we picked the program back up later. And what we found was some departments grew 3 people, 4 people. Other departments lost a person. So building the department so it could have that movement was part of what the legislature looked at last time, yes.
Okay, so if we've got 24 growth spaces out of almost 800 employees? I know they wouldn't all be in there, but right, so I just trying to put it in perspective of the county. And then do you know how many employees we've added on average over the last 5 years? We've added 50 out of 800 over the last 4 years on average. So really that growth space isn't all that absurd. There may be a point where it's utilized.
Yeah, okay. I think based on that question, I think we believe the growth space will be utilized based on everything we're seeing and how the department are functioning. So if you remember last year during the 26 budget period, most departments were asking for additional staff. The only reason why we didn't approve that was just financial constraint. But we added the staff at finance, as Darrell did indicate. You have a staff now sitting next to the toilet that can hear when they flush it. The other issue is that we agree even adding that to one additional position to finance is there's still degree of inadequacy, and we are looking at potential growth in other areas because we need some treasury staff, we need some other people to do other things. So department will change. There's also a goal that was put on Gio's desk for us to see consolidating financial services. That means if depending on which nature we look at it, finance can grow from their current size into maybe double size because of if we decide to physically consolidate. So that completely will change the structure of our finance office. So we don't know the degree of change that will come on us within the next few years.
So on a 50 to 100-year building, 24 extra workspaces isn't really that absurd, and a 37,000 square feet building is really underbuilt and not sufficient from day one. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
You mean the 37,000?
Yeah. In your opinion.
Based on analysis, we think that in the next 10 to 15 years, we will be having the same conversation about space need.
Great.
We, as county administration and facilities, based on analysis, do not recommend the 37,000 square foot building based on what we know. I think Mike Lane said it right here last year. They had the same conversation in 1930 when they talked about the courthouse. And now we've been kicked out of our own building, as Ariel always put it. So space need and space conversation will not go away. But I think if we are looking at the solving the problem, we should look at creating a solution, but not just trying to solve immediate concerns, but looking at a long-term solution in our approach.
Okay, I have Randy, Judith, and myself.
Yeah, I was just going over the numbers a little bit, and it shows that 37,000 square foot building at $1,100 per square foot, and the 58,000 square foot building at $950 square foot. I'm not sure why that is, but that seems like a big difference to me, especially when you're trying to analyze the difference. But the district attorney and county clerk, are we going to have a problem with them staying in the courthouse until we build this building or until we find them another space?
No, they will stay there until that's the agreement.
I was just curious about that. Yeah. And the part of, and I feel this is opinion, I feel completely, and it will be one of my major goals is to stop the growth of our government. We have to use technology to stop the growth of government, because how are you going to pay for this building? I mean, all the other capital improvements we have to make. I mean, we're looking at the capital costs going up $3-4 million per year, which is 6-7% increase in our levy right there. So I don't know how you're going to pay for all these things. We need to show constraint to our constituents, because we're not doing that if we can move forward with this big building. And also another issue I have is in this design of this 37,000 square building and the larger one, we're looking at space utilization of about 50%. And the other 50% is going to be for elevators and hallways and bathrooms and all this kind of stuff. So I did research on that. And it shows that the premium buildings are about 50% utilization. Most office buildings today are like 80%, 70%. So even if we make it 60%, that's another 3,000 square feet. So I think we have to be really careful what we're doing here and really measure this out. I will not support this bigger building. I don't like the idea of the building at all, but I think a compromise is the 37,000 square feet building.
Thank you. Judith?
I'm a little confused about the process of what we're doing today. I feel like we've had long discussions already. I understand now it's a more public discussion about these two options, and I think that's useful and it's important for clarity. At the same time, yesterday we received an additional memo with other numbers. The numbers don't exactly match up to what's in this document. And it feels like now we're being expected to onboard the new numbers that we've received in the memo and make some alternative decision without having the opportunity for a full discussion about what's in that new memo, because we only received it yesterday. And I've sent some questions, but there hasn't been time because that was yesterday to get full answers to those questions. So I'm feeling kind of rushed, like this isn't really how I want to make a decision that's so impactful for our community. I feel like there should, if we're going to be considering these additional numbers, there should be an opportunity for a full and clear discussion of what they mean.
Thank you. I think I sent the memo out. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit further on the key consideration that we were facing. I think initially when we decided to use the 5th floor of the mental health building, I had a conversation with the department. They indicated their intended use of the space, and we assured them that the space use will be on a temporary basis, about 4 to 5 years when we build a new building and HR and county administration moves out of that space. So I saw the need to sort their counsel as to the new plan, and they laid out some concerns about denying them access to that floor space eventually. So I put all those information together to craft some degree of cost analysis. As we have indicated several times, whether we build the 37,000 or 57,000, the actual cost of the new building would be what the developer says I will charge to build it. So most of the numbers that we are providing are cost projections and cost estimates. But I do believe that providing you all the necessary information to guide your decision is my responsibility, so that at least in the medium to long term, we can justify that we gave you the details that were needed for you to decide which direction we should go into. So I do apologize that the email came so late, but I was the opinion that I need to share those concerns with you as we look at which direction that we move into. But yes, there can be several discussions around the numbers, what this means and what that means. But I think we are looking more at the broader direction from all of you as to where we should move into. Because I think we did bring it up. Are we changing the original intent and the goal of the project, which I believe there is some degree of shift. And if we move forward with a smaller building, we have to shift our program and we have to shift some changes. We have to also adjust our future plan and things like that. One of the key concerns that even came up that we were not even aware of is that we did not consider at all, is that the first floor of this building was initially designed to be offices for legislatures and another sub-chamber, which we, based on further conversation, that is not going to be the case. We were having this conversation, so if we're moving forward with the bigger building, does that mean we can bring Board of Election in here? There is discussion around what are we going to use the Human Service Annex building for, because there have been several interests in that building. So we may be talking about a space for Board of Election in the next 4 or 5 years as well. So there are several permutations and consideration that will come. But I was of the opinion, and my recommendation as the administrator is that I do believe the bigger building provides us an opportunity to answer the question for the next 40 to 50 years. And the idea of space needs may be completely, significantly resolved for a longer term. But as I said in the memo, we are policy implementers. Whichever direction you decide, we will make sure the county benefits significantly from that policy decision that you will make.
Thank you. So I'm going to take a quick turn. And I will say that whenever I was pregnant with our third child, my wife and I did a renovation on our house because we were having too many kids and not enough room in our house. And the contractors came out and we ended up going with the smallest possible room that we could construct on our house because we couldn't afford to go bigger. And I will say that 14 years later, my son's 14, every night, whenever I look up at it's a beautiful cathedral ceiling, I wish we would have gone 5 feet more out. And of course, it's a small room, but the 5 feet more would have made a whole lot of difference in the looks of that room and the feel of it, and probably our assessment. And I'm glad Jay's not in here. But, you know, for us, I think about that, and we definitely should have gone a little bit bigger. With that said, I want to make sure that whenever we're talking about the numbers, we realize we're asking Corsa and Norma and Arel and Holt, we're asking them to do all these changes on the fly. And so as we're doing all the changes, we've recently asked them to do the fit test, you know, put these departments in here. Things are constantly changing. And so whenever we have numbers that are, you know, this number and this number, you know, we hear from Whole Health about, you know, we need our building back. Like, that's why our numbers are always changing. I don't think there's, you know, there's certainly not a withholding of information, or, you know, these guys aren't trying to get us the big Cadillac of buildings. Like, that's the last thing any of us want for our constituents. And, you know, with that said, I will say, you know, I've flopped back and forth, you know, going from the big building to the smaller building. And, you know, at this point, in hearing that it only adds, you know, 15, 20 positions, you know, I think what we saw over here in our old jail is that at one point, whenever I started in government 9 years ago, you walk in, you're like, yeah, this isn't a bad building. I don't see why everyone's complaining. And then walking over there in December and seeing literally, we're like bunking people. You know, like, people that are incarcerated in our jail have more room than our employees. Like, that's a problem. And so, you know, at 37,000 feet, I mean, I don't know if we're going to be busting at the seams, but that could in fact be a starting point of having each person have, I don't know, 70 square feet, you know, whereas if you go with a bigger building, maybe they have 140. And then if we have to hire more people, you know, maybe they go down to 70 in 15 years. You know, and I do hear what you're saying, Randy, as far as like government and us going smaller and doing smarter things, you know, maybe start having conversation about AI. And, you know, I think that's also a parallel route we have to go down. But I think we can do these together. And I would hate to have, I don't know if I'm going to be on this legislature in 10 years, but for us to say, damn, I wish we would have gone with the bigger building, because I always think that's going to be a regret. Okay, Deb, John, and Irene, and just a time check, it is 7:30.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have several questions. Picking up where Randy left off, I divided the cost of the buildings by the number of square feet in each building, and according to my calculator, the larger building costs $1,052 per square foot. The smaller one costs $1,216 a square foot. The difference is $164. Why?
Based on this memo, too.
Based on your memo, of course. Why is the smaller building so much more expensive per square foot? What?
Is it the project cost you're talking about, or the?
Initial construction on Corsa's memo.
Oh.
Yeah, I think those are project cost numbers, because the building itself doesn't cost that much. But what's happening is, as the building is shrinking, the site is getting bigger. So we have about $3.5 million in site costs that actually will increase as the building shrinks. So there's money that is being spent on the site that doesn't shrink when you shrink the building. Obviously, it grows a bit. And then you still have all of the does that make sense?
Does it grow?
How the site costs would increase, the cost of renovating the site becomes bigger as the building gets smaller.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, like
So the cost of the site, like finishing the land, is going to get more expensive as the building costs. Not at the rate that the building is getting. Building is 4 stories. So the site is a big component of the cost, and then the other component of the cost is you still are building foundations. So you still have all the laborers are coming to the site to build these foundations. And, you know, to Shauna's point about her house, adding 5 feet more foundation on each side is insignificant. It's digging a little bit more and pouring a little more concrete. So the labor cost changes a little bit, but not significantly. The material cost would increase, like, proportionally to the size of the building, but the labor doesn't change so much, and the time really doesn't change so much. So you won't see a dollar, like with anything you buy, the bigger you buy, the more value, like when you buy cereal, for example.
Okay. And then another question. This initial construction cost of $60 million versus $45 million over the 30 years of bonding, what's the difference in the cost of debt service for those two different options.
Yeah, I think if you look at the presentation details that we presented with the 37,000, I believe the cost for my computer went up. You're looking at 1.8 million annual debt servicing costs, and then the 57,000 square foot building, it's 2.6 million.
So that's about a $600,000 a year difference times 30 years.
This is 25 years. 25 years.
Okay, so what is that?
13,
How much?
just,
Yeah, somebody,
how many, what was the dollar amount? 650 what?
about 600,000, that's ballpark. It might be a little more.
15
I think
million.
it's 800.
50,
15
I don't think
million.
that your 600 is right. I think it's 700 or 800.
It's 800.
Yeah, yeah.
so there's an $800,000
$800,000.
difference times 25 years.
Yeah.
So I don't see that factored into this analysis at all, that difference.
In terms of the repayment?
No, in terms of the 30-year cost in your memo.
Yeah, so basically, like I indicated, if we look at the price simulation and the calculation that happens, it's not apples and apples calculation. There are several considerations that goes into those price permutations and things of that nature. As I mentioned earlier, most of these numbers are projections and estimates. These are not exact. The exact numbers will be what we bid on. So that is why usually most of the resolution that we pass at this point, we are setting a project budget estimate, but that doesn't define the exact cost. But if we look at, I just want to understand if you're talking about tax implications and things like that, then I can provide a response. But if you do the estimates and projections, so just to give you guys an idea of the cost burden and where we should land.
But I have to say, if you multiply 800,000 times 25, you get $20 million. So that's a differential in the cost of the debt service. In all fairness, if you're including 30 years worth of lease payments and energy inefficiency costs and the possibility of future expansion, 12 to 30 years or 20 years down the road, to end up with this comparison of 80 to 90 million versus 62, it's hardly fair to omit the differential in the cost of the debt service. That's got to be factored in.
So that would be 82, right? If you were at 20?
82.
To 80.75 to 90.75.
Yes. So that's the 20 million.
I mean, that assumes the 30 years worth of lease payments, who knows? And I don't understand the energy efficiency cost, and we may not do a future expansion. I mean, as Randy pointed out, we're going to be looking at ways to stop the growth of our staff. I think AI is probably going to help with that. I just have trouble with these numbers because I understand the difficulty that you have generating them, and I understand that it's your job to try to point out to us what the comparative costs are, but to some extent, we're pulling numbers out of our ears.
Yeah, I don't think so. As you said, the difference is the $20 million that you have calculated. But yeah, we're looking at 30 years projection in cost of lease, but the lease doesn't end in 30 years. We'll still have to house those departments. So if we continue to house them somewhere, we are placing that in perpetuity. So I'm just looking at something that we can at least give us an idea and picture of our cost burden. But the cost will not go away. So even if there are margins in those numbers, the margins are not static. The margins will continue to be incurred across the time. We did an analysis at DMV. We paid lease for 25 years. And now the building is being sold. So we need to figure out somewhere else for DMV. So we have control on the asset that we own than the asset that we lease. So if there are new landlord, the price can change. What we're paying, what we're being offered today, even though we have a 10 years lease, if the ownership changes, there may be an out. We may be forced to change the rate that is being charged, also depend on the market conditions as well. So there are several factors that we cannot control when we are in a lease space. So the numbers is supposed to give you just an idea what can be possible. You can have it better than that, or we can have it worse. So we have to look at both scenarios in making our decisions.
I think what Deborah's saying, though, is that for column A and for column B, you need to have the same criterias, and you can't assume one criteria for the smaller building and one criteria for the larger building. Is that?
Yeah, I think you have to factor everything in. And I certainly appreciate your point about it's much more predictable if you own the building than if you lease it. That's perfectly understandable. But I still think that when you put together a projection over 25 or 30 years, you should include everything, because otherwise you're not fairly presenting the comparative costs.
I completely understand the point.
Okay, I have John, Irene, Iris, and Travis, and then we'll take a break, and then we will come back.
Thank you. I just wanted to add my perspective. Over the last 9 months, I've listened to multiple presentations explaining the Center of Government building. I've also listened to the discussions and insight of both experienced and new legislators. There is wisdom on all sides. The county employs a very experienced engineer, also a very intelligent and hardworking administrative staff. The building has been designed by a distinguished and environmentally conscientious architectural firm. Some of the construction numbers are best estimates. It is quite possible, we are told, that final negotiated costs for instance, materials and contracts may decrease the cost. I believe that we should put our faith in these experts and the process that has gotten us to this point. That is why I will be voting to support the full-size option.
Thank you, John. Next is Irene.
Yeah, I actually have some questions between the two options. With the remaining buildings, the old jail, the whatever, are the costs for renovation and, fixing up deferred maintenance, are those costs comparable between the two versions, or are there different costs for that?
There's a slightly different version for the 37,000 square foot option, because we would utilize spaces in different ways, because we would have to house more of the, well, for example, the Daniel D. Tompkins, this building, we would be putting departments 2, 3, depending on how we could fit them in this building, as well as reallocating the space at the old jail. So there would be a bit of a difference, not as much in the old jail, but certainly in this building.
Okay, and do you have any guesstimate of what that cost difference is?
I think the original goal, the estimate we put on this building is about $1.8 million. And that was the building, the sub-chamber, some glass. It was more expensive. But based on the changing goals that the sub-chamber will not be needed, we anticipate the cost should be significantly less than what is projected in the bigger project. So, but if we are building for 3 departments, the cost will be different from building and finishing for maybe 2 departments. Or I think one of the things we talked about is are we keeping the legislature staff here, or do we move them downstairs so that we can open up the chambers to have access to the full chamber? So all those permutations and the way we fit test it will determine the actual cost. As we indicated earlier, these are our best guess estimates on what we can do. The 1.8 million for this building is based on the original assumptions, but the assumptions has changed now. So whether 37 or 57,000, the assumption has changed. So we are not looking at investing that amount of money in this building. So we cannot give you exact number how that will look like, but the margins will be
so it's
very,
1 to 2 million
very small.
is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, the margin will be very small. I don't anticipate us spending $1 million on this building in this project.
And,
No.
and the old jail, it's going to be the same?
Basically the same.
Okay.
Yeah, because that has been so long delayed, any kind of improvements. We were duct taping the floor upstairs to keep the flood from coming up. So yeah, that definitely needs to be remodeled.
Okay, and so what are collectively the costs for renovating all of the other? And you know, I guess I'm looking, for me, it's about the tax levy increase as well.
It's between $6 and $7 million
Okay.
to be built for those other two.
And do those get wrapped into the bond, or is that separate?
Yeah, I think if we go through all the slides, all those projections are included in on the worst case scenario budget estimate at the moment. So where the program changes, the amount that we may have to go out and borrow will also change those things. But on the tax levy burden, we look at several issues. It's not just this building. What other program changes are happening? As I sent a memo today about shelter goals, what we're looking at, potentially we can save about $1.5 million as compared to what we're paying now on shelter placement and things like that. So there are programmatic changes along the way that we may identify some cost savings and things that we can do adjusted here and there to make sure the tax levy is as reasonable as possible and based on other revenue streams that may be coming in to support what the county provides. So it's difficult to exactly say we will have 5 or 3 or 2% tax levy increase on the bank, but we're just giving you the worst case scenario estimate based on current conditions.
Okay.
The entire, the entire project would not be done at the same time, though. So it's unlikely that this would be all one large bond. We're going to be doing, you would be doing the building in phases. Then you would phase in the next building. So it would be the renovation to the old jail, likely. And then it would be the next renovation. So it wouldn't all be happening at exactly the same time. That's really why you're looking at these long-term leases to put like the workforce development department into a long-term lease, because it's going to take that long to do those renovations. So you're looking at 5 to 7 years before those other renovations would begin. Does that?
So I'm just going to raise another piece, and it, you know, in a way it dovetails, John. It was a lovely statement you gave about all of the very thoughtful and you know, real expertise that's gone into providing us with information. However, I come to a different conclusion or, you know, preference than John, but it's nothing on all of you guys. I feel the weight of not only this capital project, but as some of you know, was up to the public safety and jail facility this past week, and I was so disturbed. And I've been in Rikers Island. It's not that I haven't seen jails before.
I want to keep us on topic, Irene, because we're straying a bit.
I got it, but what I want to say is that I am concerned in going to the larger, more costly facility because I feel the weight of any number of other capital projects that I think are also important. You know, shelter, public safety facility, it's a lot. Renovating the buildings with the leaky, so I can't, because of that, put all of my eggs in the large basket right now. Notwithstanding the kinds of rationale that you've provided, but I feel like I just have to balance.
Okay, so I think what we're going to do, I have Iris, Travis, and Dan, and we have staff that are still here from consent agenda, so I probably should have done that before. So why don't we put a pin in this conversation, Center of Government. Let's do consent agenda. We'll take a break. Our staff can go home, and we'll come right back to Center of Government. Does that sound all right for everyone?
Yep.
Okay.
If you promise a break before we come back to the discussion, take a little break in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
I do have a question
religious center of government that Terry might be the person to answer, and I think he's going to leave, so.
Terry's going to stay here.
He's not going
Okay,
anywhere.
sorry.
He,
Misunderstood.
he might never see his kid again, but he'll be here. She'll be graduating from high school.
Or college.
We've got Terry for the night. Okay. Let's see here. So consent agenda, resolutions and appointments to be voted on as a group unless any member of the legislature requests that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committees. 2026 Legislator appointments, Health and Human Services Committee, Board of Health, Bianconi. Sorry. Legislator, term expires December 31st, 2031. Recreational Partnership Board, Rachel Oslin. Legislator, term expires December 31st, 2026. Christy Bianconi, Legislator, term expires December 31st, 2026. Public Safety Committee, Advisory Board on Indigent Representatives, Rachel Oslin, Legislator, term expires December 31st, 2027. Criminal Justice Alternatives to Incarceration, Travis Brooks, Legislator, Chair of Public Safety Committee, term expires dependent on position to Public Safety Committee. Advisory Board appointments, ID 13829. Youth Services Board, Becky Koenig, Town of Groton Representative, term expires December 31st, 2028. Susie Guttenberg Fitzpatrick, Town of Ithaca Representative, term expires December 31st, 2028. Margaret Kirsch-Gessner, Town of Danby Representative, term expires December 31st, 2028. Christine Montague, Lansing Representative, term expires December 31st, 2028. Community Mental Health Services Board, Jessica Connor, Psychologist, term expires December 31st, 2029. Community Mental Health Services Board, Mental Health Subcommittee, Jessica Connor, Community Health Services Board Representative, term expires December 31st, 2029. Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Air Services Board, William Kurt Foreman, Ithaca Area Economic Development Representative, term expires December 31st, 2028. Rock Hall, Ithaca College Representative, term expires December 31st, 2026. Public Safety Committee, Advisory Board on Indigent Representation, Diane Bruns, at-large member, term expires December 31st, 2028. Requires approval for term extension for fourth term serving. We have a very large consent agenda, so please bear with me. Health and Human Services Committee, Resolution 8, Budget Adjustment, Department of Social Services and Youth Services, ID 13810. Resolution B, Budget Adjustment, Youth Services Department, Final 2026 State Aid Figures, ID 13826. Resolution C, Resolution to reclass an Administrative Assistant position to a Health Information Specialist position, Whole Health Department, 13842. Resolution D, Authorization to accept New York State Association of County Health Officials, Climate Change and Health Adaptation Project Funding and Budget Adjustment, ID 13848. Resolution E, Budget Adjustment, Office for the Aging, 2026 Expanded In-Home Services for the Elderly Program, Budget Increase, ID 13859. Resolution F, Budget Adjustment, Office for the Aging, 2026 Unmet Needs Budget Increase, ID 13860. Resolution G, resolution in support of amended Tompkins County Youth Services Board bylaws to adjust membership and residency requirements, ID 13863. Resolution H, resolution urging the New York State Governor and State Legislature to restore funding for the Healthy Neighborhood Program, ID 13874. Public Safety Committee, Resolution I, authorization to contract with Seneca County for boarding of inmates, 3-year contract, ID 13801. Resolution J, authorization to accept state funding, 2025 New Generation 911 Grant, Department of Emergency Response, ID 13892. Resolution K, authorization to accept 2026 through 2027 CARES Up Grant, Department of Emergency Response, ID 13895. Resolution L, authorization to transfer unspent grant funds, Department of Emergency Response, ID 13897. Resolution M, reappropriation of pretrial grant for benefit of the pretrial program of Tompkins County, ID 13898. Resolution N, budget adjustment, reappropriation of Park Foundation grant for the benefit of the drug courts of Tompkins County, Department of Probation and Community Justice, ID 13900. Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee. Resolution O, resolution to update the Administrative Policy Manual, Policy 0516, Accounts Receivable Claims, ID 13809. Facilities and Infrastructure Committee. Resolution P, authorization for a community mural on county outbuilding at 320 West State Street, ID 13807. Resolution Q, authorizing 2025 through 2026 New York State Department of Transportation Accelerated Transit Capital Grant Award for TCAT. Gadabout and Tompkins County, ID 13811. Resolution R, amending resolution numbers 2025-120, 2025-121, and 2025-123 to make corrections to anticipated funding. Ithaca Tompkins International Airport, ID 13864. Resolution S, energy supply contract authorization, ID 13867. Resolution T, budget adjustment, Department of Recycling and Materials Management, transferring paper bag reduction fee revenue, ID 13882. Resolution U, Monroe balancing test analysis regarding the use of 31 Dutch Mill Road for Tompkins County offices, ID 13886. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Judith and seconded by Iris. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you. Let's go ahead and take a quick break.
She didn't even.
I know.
Yeah, I can get you that stuff.
You'll be great.
So the good thing is that I heard a lot of laughter and I saw some smiles, so we're not completely depressed. Okay. We're just waiting to go live. Oh, we're live. Okay, so I have 3 people on my list as we continue to have a conversation about the center of government. We're going to start with Iris, Travis, and Dan.
Thanks. So I'm going back to the memo with the column A, column B chart, and there was a line about energy inefficiency, larger building $0, smaller building $3 million. Can you tell us what that means?
So if you look at the reason why we talk about energy efficiency is we are consolidating all departments in the bigger building. The smaller building means that we have to maintain some of our other lease spaces. As I indicated, we don't have control over energy efficiency in our lease spaces, but the original goal of the project is also some degree of energy efficiency in the way the county operates. So I put 0 there because we haven't quantified anything related to energy efficiency in terms of the bigger building, or we haven't factored in those lease burdens outside the original intent of the plan.
So just to make sure I understand, you're saying the $3 million for the smaller building is the cost of paying for utilities in the rented spaces?
That's the assumption, yes.
But the bigger building is 20,000 more square feet that have to be heated and all of that. So isn't there also an increased cost? And maybe it's still less than the overall cost of the leased utilities, but isn't there some cost to having a building that's 20,000 square feet larger?
There is cost, but we are talking about additional cost burden. That is what the calculation is. It's just an additional cost burden. It doesn't mean that there's 0 cost, just additional cost burden.
Cost what? Sorry.
Additional cost that we will need to incur.
That's the delta.
That's a cost increase.
Okay. Got it. And so that has nothing to do with geothermal or not?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Not at all, no.
That is helpful to understand. The other question, or rather comment that I have is my thinking about this sort of building planning that we will have to build for 20% growth or just having the 20% built in initially. I certainly think if we have the space, we will be more inclined to fill it. If we don't have the space, I think that helps us, pause before we think to upscale. Because if, 20% countywide growth of employees, that's 160 more jobs, which, love to create good jobs, but also that's a lot of cost. So that's a concern,
I just wanted to add to that point because 20% growth is department and the size, but not the building mass. The actual change in the building mass is about 7.5% of the building mass because the number of staircases doesn't need to increase because there's a growth factor.
Right.
The number of the mechanical rooms and all those equipment will still be the same. So the actual size of the building growth is just about 7.5%.
Which is how many square feet?
Yes, 20% is the growth of the department because the size of the offices can be a little bit bigger, but the common spaces and the staircases and all those things, number of elevators are not changing because we have 20% growth factor considered in the building.
Okay. And then the difference, which I appreciate Deborah asking the question about the difference in debt service cost. So if we're looking at that 25 years, $800,000 a year, that's $20 million. To me, I know people will say, oh, it's not one-to-one, but I look at what could we do with $20 million? Like, what if we had a smaller building and, $20 million would be 8 years of a countywide EMS, for example. it's not insignificant. It could really change a lot of people's lives and help people be safer.
Yes.
And so I realize that it's not, yes, it's bonding versus not, but at the end of the day, that's how much more we're asking taxpayers to pay. So for that reason, I can't support the large building.
Thank you, and I really appreciate that, and I just wanted to add that as I speak to Ariel and going through some of our decision points in the past couple of years, and Ariel explaining to me that 20 years ago, the county faced the same decision about the jail. There was a plan to build a bigger jail, and the legislature voted against that plan to reduce and build a smaller jail. So what we have right now, and the problem we're dealing with the jail right now, based on the decisions that were made 20, 25 years ago. So we have to make a difficult choice, but as I said, as county administrative staff, we will do best with everything you give us, and we will make sure we are also responsible for fiduciary. We also have that fiduciary responsibility, making sure that the funding that we have, the taxpayers' commitment to the county, are used in a way that protect the taxpayers. So we are aware of that factors. We consider that factors in all our decision-making processes. But we are hoping that when we come out of this meeting and the discussion and make those decisions, we are postponing the pain much longer than what the smaller building provides for us. But like I said, I believe, and I'm very optimistic, that whichever direction we will do an amazing job with that. But we have to look at not just the next 10, 15, 20 years, but in the next 40, 50 years, what will the county face? What will be the burdens that we have to address? What will be the concerns that will face us? All of us want the county to be smaller in terms of operational size. We want to be efficient. We want to reduce size of staffing as much as possible. But there's certain things that as burden continues to grow, mental health services continue to grow, we need to expand services. And it's compounding depending on the environmental and economic condition that exists within the community. So we have to look at the totality of the issues in making our decision. And I just pray that we all make the best decision that can sustain us in the long term.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And so much of your time has gone into this, so much thought, and we are grateful for all that you have shared, all of your expertise, and we obviously are not experts in this, so thank you for informing us. I think part of what I'm reacting to is wanting us to apply the same long-term thinking and rigor that we're thinking now about this building to other things that we were going to be spending money on. That, again, if we're going to be thinking, okay, this needs to be a building that can endure for 30 plus years or 50 years, and we need to think long-term, are we going to apply that same standard when we're looking at other needs of the county, or are we then going to get short-sighted for the other things to accommodate this one long-term thinking? I'm worried I don't see this same perspective applied to these other things, and you talked about feeling the pain or delaying the pain. I think there's real pain with some other things, literally people waiting for emergency response, people, in an unsafe jail condition. Those kinds of things are actual pain, and I hope that we take the same long view when we're turned to those issues that we're taking for this building.
And I thank you. I thank you very much for that, because that is what we do as administrators. We take your direction and we implement it. We give you the information so that you make those decisions. And as Ariel indicated, I hope when we bring the proposal because the legislatures already allocated $1 million for us to do the jail study and the analysis. That is part of our project. It is already in our capital plan that we intend executing along the line so that we make a much longer term decision so that we don't suspend the pain, whether be it the jail, be it our shelter development, be it all the things that we are considering on a continuous basis. And what we do today has a rippling effect over the long term, so yes.
Okay, just a time check. It's 8:18, and I have 3 speakers on the list. Iris, you never have to worry about our lack of debate with this legislature. It does not matter if it's the 16 or the 14 before or the 14 before. We will debate things until they are completely dead. So hang in there with us. Travis, Dan, and Judith.
First, I really want to thank you, Corsa, you and the team, for all the work that you've done over the last year every wild goose chase we've sent you on, every rabbit hole you've kind of dug yourself out of that we put you in to get to this point. It's been a lot of work, and I really appreciate the effort. For me, this just comes down to strategic planning and understanding what's in front of me to know what this picture looks like. We know we have to redo the jail. We know we have a shelter project. We have county EMS and other things. What we don't have is what these things are going to cost and when we're going to do them. And then I'm being asked to vote on millions of dollars for this one project without understanding what the rest look like. And that's troubling for me. It's really problematic. I think you are right in terms of, you know, if we're going to build it, it should be this size. It should be able to do all the things. It should be able to stand 30 years and all of that stuff. I understand that. It makes a lot of sense to me. But at the same time, I don't know what the shelter's going to cost. It sounds great that we're going to get these grants, but none of that is guaranteed. I don't know what the jail renovation or rebuild is going to cost. I don't know what countywide EMS looks like. So I don't know how to put a price tag on this project without understanding what we're looking at, knowing that it's a 3 to 4.5%, 5% increase to the levy just for this one. I don't know what over the next 5 years, how much we're going to add with these other projects, and it's concerning to me. So I'm probably not going to vote for either one of these because I don't understand and I don't know what we're looking at over the next few years. I'm kind of going into this blind. It's nothing to do with the hard work or not trusting the numbers. I just don't know what we're looking at, and that's my biggest concern.
Thank you. Dan, and then Judith.
Likewise, my gratitude. Thank you very much for the hard work you've done. I'm going to throw you a softball. On the capital program report chart, the bar chart, pretty bar chart here?
That's your baby.
Yeah, this one. There is a forest green one and a mustard yellow one that are both labeled center of government. What's the difference?
Oh, yeah, so those were set up for, one is the larger building and the other one's smaller. So it was set up so that when you click on that link, you could take one out and you could see what happens.
Even though the smaller one does say the 57,000 one.
The smaller one.
The green one.
I was ready to show the presentation, so I can't.
No, that's all right.
But yeah, there was, so the idea was, there, in the label, it does show that if you.
Yeah.
I'm stumbling because
Is it that you add the two together to get?
The two are the total cost of the 57,000 square foot.
Oh, so we add those two together?
Yeah, so if you take the 57,000 square foot, thank you.
Oh, you take the green out for the smaller of the two projects?
Yeah, it would show how that would affect.
Copy, thank you.
Okay, Judith.
Thanks. I love looking at spreadsheets, and so unfortunately that means that I keep looking at these numbers, and I have a lot of questions. I'm going to limit my questions. I sent some by email, but I'm going to bring up the parts that I think I need to know the answers the most to make a responsible decision. My first question is, I don't understand the numbers in the memo about the deferred maintenance. I see that in Path A, we have $2 million in deferred maintenance, and in Path B, we have $8 million in deferred maintenance. There's a difference of $6 million. But in the packet here, it says that in both cases, we're going to need to renovate the old jail at a cost of $5.8 million. So I guess I don't understand how we're getting a difference between 2 and 8 here, but I don't see the difference in the packet. I don't know what buildings we're talking about.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's an aggregate of all the spaces because we have to, I added in there some degree of predictions based on what we don't control. So there are more buildings that we will be needing in the smaller building concept. And the other scenario that I added under that deferred maintenance cost increase for the smaller building size is some of the unknown factor that we will face in in the future eventuality. So yes, I understand I needed to add a bit more narration, but I wanted you to see to some degree or to some limited sense what potentially we do face depending on what choices that we make.
Does that mean that the old jail is not included in Path A, or is it wrapped into the initial construction?
Old jail is included in the maintenance or in the original, in both concepts, old jail is included.
Does that mean that it costs $2 million to renovate the old jail and not $5.8 million?
When we talk about, there's an additional cost of deferred maintenance. So these are additional costs of maintenance that we will need to.
Where's the old jail?
So the numbers in the, we are projecting some additional burden that we will face with a smaller choice option. Some of them are not directly quantifiable, but we're looking at the totality of the issues that we face and all the burdens that we have. And as I indicated, I named it a deferred maintenance, but the reality is it is an add-on cost at some point because, like I said, 10, 15 years down the line, we need to be evaluating some space needs in one way, shape, or form. So it's very conservative in terms of the numbers, but I'm optimistic that there is a cost concern that we need to be aware of.
Right. I mean, I understand that it's going to be more expensive to do deferred maintenance if we have, departments in buildings at the time that need to be maintained. I'm not really seeing the links here. My second question, I wanted to raise or just highlight once again the points that Iris and Deborah made. Energy efficiency costs of $3 million or inefficiency costs. I feel like that's not taking into account that difference in the size of the building and the cost to heat 20,000 extra square feet in the building. At $3 million, that would mean $100,000 a year of extra expenditures on energy for a leased space, but I don't imagine that we're spending $100,000 on energy use in our leased space right now. That's not really a question. How much is the geothermal project costing us in these two estimates? Like, what share of the cost estimate is the geothermal?
So the building that we intend to build, we have estimated about $2.5 million in the prior cost for a smaller geothermal for just the central government. I think that is one of the key decision points in terms of the energy program that we embark on, whether a district geothermal or a smaller one for just the new building. We have, based on the well analysis, and I will let Terry answer that we can have a district geothermal based on what we know so far. We are just waiting for some cost and estimate based on if we want to move forward with the district or if we want to just do a smaller one with the central government. But based on the cost
we're
numbers,
not going to have that conversation tonight. So I think let's put that, let's do that for another night because that it doesn't matter if we're going to go with the bigger building or the smaller building. That's going to be a whole other can of worms that we'll have to discuss.
Okay. Different sizes, maybe.
But
we don't have the numbers either, and so I asked Corsa to hold off on the geothermal until we actually get the real numbers, so that we can have the conversation and it's not confusing.
So I guess my last, maybe this just highlights my lack of understanding of construction projects like this. But if I take the cost of the construction cost of the buildings, and I divide them by the number of people who are going to be working in the building, you can get the cost per FTE in the building. Those costs for these both of the buildings, right, are between $325,000 and $380,000. $380,000 per person, which is the cost of a median house in this county, right? And it's really startling to me, and I know this is about construction, but it's startling to me that we could buy a house for each person who's going to be working in this building for the cost of this project, and I just don't know how to wrap my head around that fact.
Yeah, thank you, and I think it's a public building, so we cannot quantify the cost by a number of people who will be working there. But we just need to look at the intrinsic value of the building itself to the community as well, and the number of residents that will be access and services and issues of that nature. I think we have, how much did we spend on the library?
About $10 million.
Yes, and there's about 20 staff. So if you, yeah, so.
I don't think it's fair to compare to the library, which is really not there to house the staff, but there to provide the collection access to the public. I don't think that's a reasonable comparison.
Okay. Any other comments? Mike and then Randy.
I'm thinking about moving Judith's proposal that we build a house for these people and they all work from home. I think that would be cheaper if we do it that way.
Okay, Randy.
Yeah, I think that Travis's point is accurate, and we talked a lot about this on our capital plan.
Yes.
And so we did a capital plan for these buildings. I think, Judith, that's part of the discrepancy on the cost. There's a capital plan of just deferred maintenance, and there's a capital plan for renovating the buildings themselves. So we did a capital plan for 5 years, and so that's built in here. If you look at our capital plan, you'll see it jumping in 26, 27, 28. Those are all building up repairing the buildings to what they should have been, what we haven't been doing, which has added about $1.4 million, I think, roughly, to the capital plan over the next 5 years. And now we're working on a 20-year capital plan. So not knowing cost. If you look at our capital plans, I mean, in 26, and by the time you get to 29, it's going up $7 or $8 million a year by the time you start financing the center of government building. And that doesn't include the public safety building. So when you start thinking about the public safety building and these other things, now you're looking at huge significant increases in our capital plan. So that's to say you can't find savings other places, but you're stuck with this one. So I think knowing what your cost is going to be when you start thinking about the new public safety building, which $50 million or whatever that number is going to be a similar increase of $2 or $3 or $4 million per year for that. So I think that that's where we are.
Yeah, so. And also that's also based on, there's no assumption of maybe grants that we have that we could get that support the project. So yes, we can factor that in, but something that is available depending on the work that we put in there and seek funding to support some of these needs. In my previous job, we were about to close to even borrowing to build a bridge, and myself and the staff worked through it, process. We identify a grant, we apply, and we awarded $15 million to build the bridge. So there is work that needs to go into identify funding, but it's not guaranteed. So I completely understand and agree.
Just a very quick correction. The public safety building is in that. It's listed, it begins in 2030, just so you know.
Jenny Sutcliffe, you have your hand up.
Yeah, hi everybody. I've sort of been listening in here and wanted to just offer an additional perspective. I hear you all on assessing the figures, looking at the square footage, understanding this overall. And I just wanted to take a moment to sort of maybe bring it back a little bit to the services. Particularly, I know that Corsa has also shared a memo that I drafted with you all. But looking at these different options, again, this is just the whole health perspective, and so I'll just offer it. But I think that this is illustrative of how many other departments might feel. For us, it isn't necessarily about always growing government. I hear you, Randy. I also want to be a good fiscal steward of the work that we do, but it is about how we're able to offer services and the quality of the services that we already offer. For us, particularly at Whole Health, like the ability to have that 5th floor on Green Street, that is contingent, or the only opportunity for us to truly integrate our public health services and mental health services is to be able to move into that space and use that space. We want to bring our public health services downtown. And I think that particularly for Whole Health, we're really uniquely positioned because we have these 2 buildings. And so we can offer the best of all worlds, right? Like we can offer mental health and public health services up by the airport. It's accessible, people can drive there, and we can offer those services downtown at a transit hub that is walkable for residents. And so, it's the ripple effects here are pretty significant. And so I just also wanted to remind and offer that staff perspective of what it looks like and feels like to be trying to deliver these services every day that are really hard and working with really vulnerable members of the community and the space that we really need to be able to do our jobs. So I, just to kind of add one additional layer to this discussion, and I would welcome any other questions and really encourage you all to kind of take a look at the memo and digest that and yeah. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. And I mean, for years on this legislature, we have had the conversation about how can we expand mental health services, because we know that so many of our constituents are suffering and not able to get into therapists and not able to seek the services because they either can't get there or there just aren't enough providers. And so, for once, I read your memo the other day and I was enlightened to see that there is a way out of this I won't say catastrophe, but this devastation that I think so many of our people are experiencing. So thank you. Thank you for that information. Okay, so I wanted to actually bring forth 2 resolutions to both of you so that we can have a vote on each resolution. We have one for the larger building. And Greg Mezzi, for one, we're going to have to add both of these resolutions to our agenda. And then we're going to have to vote on those. And so it doesn't mean that you have to vote for one. I think what would make sense is for us to vote on the larger resolution first. And then that way, whether that one passes or does not pass, we move on to the smaller building, if that's all right with everyone, if that makes sense. So, Randy?
How many votes do we need to bring it?
We need 11 votes to put it on the agenda.
Okay.
And so, I get that we could play games and, maybe we get 9 for one and 3 for the other. I would ask that we all just be respectful of the process so that we can have a fair situation of voting for both and we could really let the process play out. So, okay, Greg, do you want to bring it forward to add to the agenda?
Yeah, thank you, Sean. I'd like to move resolution number Z-1, ID number 13938 to the agenda, the authorization to proceed with the full program center of government, approximately 57,000 square feet.
And seconded by Veronica. And this is to add it to the agenda.
Correct.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2, wait 1 second, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and I'm 12. Okay, that one's going to be added to the agenda. And the no's were Randy, Irene, Mike Sigler, and Iris. And then for the second agenda, which is the smaller building, it's Z2. Deborah Dawson, would you like to move to add that to the agenda?
Yeah, I'd like to add resolution Z2, ID 13037, authorization to revise the center of government project to a reduced footprint, approximately 37,000 square feet.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Lee Shirtliff. And all those in favor of adding it to the agenda, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and I'm 14. Okay, so both of those are added to the agenda.
All those opposed?
All those opposed? And that's 1, 2. John and Greg. Okay. Now, if we could go ahead and bring forth the larger Z1, resolution Z1. Greg, would you like to bring that forward?
Yeah, thank you, Sean. I'd like to move resolution number Z-1, ID number 13938, the authorization to proceed with the full program center of government, approximately 57,000 square feet, and I would so move.
Seconded by John Hunt. And is there anything anyone would like to say for this resolution? Veronica?
I am in full support of this resolution, and for a lot of reasons people already said, so I'll try not to reiterate. I think that we don't have known numbers for everything because we can't. And I do think that we have directed our staff to do our due diligence on getting the best estimates we can. I think that our staff recommendation is clearly the 57,000 square feet building, which a lot of them will be working in, and not us. And I think we should take that recommendation. I think the question is like, are we going all in with we are going to give our employees what they need to do their jobs per a lot of sources of information, or are we going to continue to squeeze for the goal of saving tax money from our constituents, which is a good goal. It's nothing to raise property taxes, but also no one's going to be like, my gosh, I'm so glad the county tax levy was like kind of low. I'm so glad they made that building smaller. They're going to be like, my school taxes are high, or whatever it is. The other question is, do we want to err on the side of potentially being landlords because we have too much space, or do we want to err on the side of being tenants? I think we're a government. It's better to have control over the buildings, and we should do that.
Thank you. Christy? Or I'm sorry, Greg and then Christy.
I've spoken a lot. I'm happy to let Christy go before me if she'd like.
So I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm gonna bring up, I think, points that haven't been brought up yet. I've spent my career working in systems, and tonight I've been thinking about the pros and cons of both of these buildings and the sizes, and we are asking for a lot of information about numbers that are changing, numbers that are difficult to project. But one thing I've learned as a social worker and now as a director of operations is that if we can prevent incarcerations and hospitalizations, we will be saving tremendous amounts of money for our community. So I spoke with Greg earlier today, and he was encouraging me to think about the larger space and the opportunities that it would provide, particularly in the mental health department, where I was an employee at one point. And I see this tremendous potential to grow services and help this community to be healthier, to be stronger, and to save us money. But I will say this, if we vote that way, those departments must be held to a standard to show that those services are actually getting the outcomes that we are paying for with this building. That, to me, will become the single most important factor of me serving in this term. If we pay for it, that people better be prepared to come here and show the research that they are giving us the services that are saving us the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg and then Randy.
Yeah, I appreciate Christy's comments on that. And this idea of being able to help mental health expansion. Obviously, we can make those decisions. You know, this is not like if we don't do this, we can't expand mental health. But again, we're going out to lease space. I look at this a few ways. This gives us the most known cost control and cost containment opportunities because we are in control of our space. If we have to go out and lease or build or find other space, we don't know at what cost that's going to come to us at in the future. So if we're talking about being fiscal stewards, we know more about the 57,000 square foot option and what that brings, in my opinion, than what potentially we could negotiate for, or what market rents will be, or what space availability will be, or where it will be located. And so it also provides a consolidation of services. And when I've talked to a number of staff members, they've actually talked about this sort of decentralization of our campus and how it's actually hurt interaction amongst departments. And I think that creates efficiency, and that creates a standard of government that is less than what I would like to see our government held to. So I believe that with this resolution, we know we can better plan. And I also know that as someone who has guarded so adamantly an increase to the levy, to be a vocal supporter of increasing the levy for this purpose is not something that I take lightly, but I do believe that we're only really gaining with our growth factor 4,000 square feet with that 20% growth factor. So there's some numbers that we need to, I think, better understand or really understand what they mean when we're talking about them. And I hope that we can see the bigger picture and know that with this plan, we can actually plan and budget for the future, so that we can do the other things like the public safety project, like the shelter. But if we're having variable conversations around what the cost of a lease may be or what space is available, that's going to take precious time away from us. So I feel like this is the best way to really contain and control the growth and our expansion and control the cost in the long run. I hope others see it that way. I was for it. I was not for it downtown originally. I encouraged us to look at alternative spaces. I feel very confident that I can go back to my constituents and say, we have turned over every rock. We have looked in every corner of the county. We have done the analysis. We've done the due diligence. And this really, in the long-term health of the county, is the best possible solution. Yes, do we have to do other things? 100%. But those hard decisions will come the day that they come to us, and we'll have to make them then too. We have a long-range capital plan. We've planned for some of these projects, but we also, what we haven't done is what savings can our county administration and our county departments bring to us, right? What contracts can they renegotiate? What spaces can we give up? What are some of the other savings that we can challenge through the budget process, which we do every year diligently to make this as affordable to our taxpayers as possible? So today it may seem like a $800,000 increase to the levy, but during the budget season, it may only be a $300,000 increase. It may only be a $200,000. It may be net zero. We don't really know because we haven't gone through that process yet. Having served now for this being the start of my 5th year, I'm confident that through the budget process, we can take our priorities and align them in a way that we're providing the highest and best possible service to our taxpayer at the lowest possible cost. And so I would strongly encourage all of us to think of the long range, the long game, and not be short-sighted today, because it's critical that we provide our staff adequate space, we provide our community adequate space, because we ultimately are here for them. And I believe that this project, as designed originally, will best serve our community in the long run and for many years to come. And so that's why I would vote in favor of this and strongly encourage you all to vote in favor of it as well.
Thank you. Randy?
If you build it, they will come. That was a great movie. But we know that if we build it, they're not going to come. So we've done this study, and people aren't going to come. They're not going to come to this building in large numbers anyways. So when I look at this, I agree completely with Jenny about our service delivery. But I've also heard from many people that you need to meet people where they are. And they're not at this building. They're in the schools. They're in the communities. And the schools have 10,000 or more square feet of empty space that they would let us use for free. And we could bring all your services right to them. They'd welcome you to come in for all the mental health support you can get and other things. So for me, I mean, it just doesn't make, you're building a building where people aren't going to come to other than our staff, which they deserve good space, right? So it's not going to change anything. The world has changed so much. Technology is so at your fingertips. We need to really embrace and invest in technology, and that's going to be millions of dollars as well. And I'm not sure we can amortize that. I've been the chair of this committee, of the Special Downtown Facilities Committee for a couple years. And we did a lot of work, and the administration spent hundreds of hours on this project, and Narell and Holt and all the work that's been done in this, all the review of all the departments and their desires and needs and all those kinds of things. So we beat this to death. And so I'm glad we're having our vote today. I will not vote for this. I think we need to really measure ourselves. We need a strategy of how we're doing this. When I look at my constituents, by the way, are not for this, so any of it. But I will vote for the 37,000 square foot one, because we need to do something. But I think when you look at this, the strategy of how this whole project began was because we wanted to put a one-stop shop. Everybody could come here. Well, we know people aren't going to come. I mean, so when you put the strategy, and we're going to talk about this in the GO committee, by the way, and I'm going to focus on this, is where is the most convenient place for our front-facing people to be the most accessible they can be to our constituents. And this building is not it. So I think that should be the focus, and whether we build another building someday or rent space or whatever it should still be focused on serving the needs of constituents. And unfortunately, they don't like to drive down here because parking's tough, and it's just difficult. You know, when it happened to be the other day, red light and this electric bike went flying through, and if I didn't look, I would have creamed this guy. And elderly people don't want to deal with that down here, and it happens a lot, so.
Thank you. Okay, are we ready to vote for the resolution that Greg Mezzi brought forth? And it's Z1 ID 13938, and this is for the larger building. If we could do a roll call, please.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Rachel Oslin.
Yes.
Iris Packman.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Adam Vinson.
Yes.
Dan Wakeman.
Yes.
Irene Weiser.
No.
Christy Bianconi.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
No.
Randy Brown.
No.
Deborah Dawson.
No.
Judith Hubbard.
No.
John Hunt.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes. That fails. Should have gone with that odd number legislators, huh? Okay. Is there another resolution that would like to be brought forward?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to offer Resolution Z2, ID 13937, authorization to revise the Center of Government project to a reduced footprint, approximately 37,000 square feet.
Seconded by Lee Shurtleff. Any comments? Rachel?
I was curious if there could be an amendment that we didn't need to limit it at 40,000 square feet if we keep the cost the same. I mean, if we keep the 45 million in, but if there is somehow a way that extra square footage can be added, I don't see why we wouldn't go for that.
Is that friendly?
If that's amenable.
I'm not hearing alternative language.
Would we have a swing at it, though, when the bids come back in?
I'm going to try it in Spanish.
I'm sorry?
Well, I guess you could just take out, let's see, and it's design consultants to proceed with the revised Center of Government with the total projected project cost of 45 million. So we just wouldn't include square footage in there. I mean, if it says, you know, we have a building that's 37,000 square feet. This is 40,000 square feet. I'm just curious if in the process of reworking the building, if they're able to eke out 43,000 square feet, but it's still within 45 million, that would be the reason to take out the limit on square footage.
If there's like a Kmart special or something?
Huh?
Kmart special?
Yeah, exactly, like
Blue
couple
light
extra.
special.
We could build a pole barn. I mean, I don't really,
Point of information,
Well, like,
is the 45 million is written as an estimate, not a cap?
Yes.
An estimate,
So it could exceed, it could well exceed 45 million?
if we get the RFPs back and they come in higher, is that right?
So the original resolution that was passed said up to $50 million and 48,000 square foot building. That was the original resolution that was passed last year. So if are we intending to build according to the original resolution? Do we want this, if this resolution passes, replacing that last year passed resolution? Because one of the things I want to say is the square footage is just based on programming fit, and how do we cite a specific department at where? So we cannot say it can be exactly 40,000 or 42,000 square foot or something, but we have to fit the program into the space and determine the cost implication of that fit test. So that's one of the rationale, because I think one of the things we talked about is what will be the size of the building if we want to project the cost to be about 45 million. The building itself, we're looking at about 40 million. For the 37,000, we are looking at OJ rehabilitation of about 4.5 million, and the lower cost renovation of this building. So we believe that around the $45 million would be a reasonable number, but it could be very close based on the current programmatic size.
I personally feel like this resolution gives us some guardrails. If for some reason it goes over 100 square feet, are we going to get upset? No, we're going to come to the table, we're going to have an executive session, or we're going to have a conversation, and we're going to figure it out. And so this provides us with some guidelines, and it provides our staff, it provides Holt with our desires. And so I don't think we need to go through the what ifs, or else we're going to be here till midnight, if that's all right with everyone.
if I could
Deborah?
just say, I think if I was going to change this, I didn't draft this. So I don't mean to be dismissive or obstructive, but I didn't draft it. So I would eliminate the approximately 37,000 square feet from the title. And I guess I would offer that as an amendment, because when you read the resolution, we're really talking about the possibility of going up to 40,000 square feet. Yeah. And the real key here, I think, is the $45 million price tag.
Is that friendly to you, Lee?
That's friendly to me.
Okay, is that unfriendly to anyone? Okay, so we're going to just delete the approximately 37,000
Right.
square feet. Okay, I have Judith. Did you have your hand up?
And so this legislature, before I joined it, passed a resolution, like we said, for a building up to 48,000 square feet for up to $50 million. Presumably, there's still an option on the table of just letting that ride with those specific limits, which would be somewhere between these two resolutions, right?
Option C.
It wouldn't prevent us with going with a smaller building if that's what administration feels like matches our needs, given this direction. But it would allow for some of the flexibility that maybe Rachel is looking for without expanding the cost that much. Understanding we don't know the cost, it's all estimates. Maybe that's something we should be considering, not passing a new resolution right now, but keeping the existing one on the table.
So the whole reason why we decided to have this exercise is because we have a new legislature. We had 8 new people join us, and this is going to be your project. This is going to be our collective project. And so we wanted to make sure that there was buy-in for spending $40 million, $50 million of taxpayer money. So if there is an appetite to go with the old resolution, then we can certainly do that. You know, my thought is, why don't we go forward with this, see where the votes are? If the votes are not here, then we will be sticking with the old resolution. By default, that's where we're going to be. Does that sound all right with everyone? Maury, is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And can you reiterate what that was again one more time?
Yeah.
50,048,000 square feet?
Yes.
The old one, yes.
You know what, why don't we also make copies for everyone, so that everyone has that?
50 million.
Keep the resolutions at 45,000.
And let's take about 3 minutes to look at that and get acquainted with it.
Can I just ask?
Yep.
Is the cost estimate for that old resolution, do we think it's still going to be good, or do you think it might have changed?
Yeah, so for clarification, there was a vision that was set. So the size and the scope of the building has increased over time based on that vision. So that resolution, that's the reason why there's been some degree of cost increases and size expansion and all of that. So if that the resolution is the goal, our direction then is we understand the vision, but make sure the vision fit these parameters. So we would then have to redesign our program to make sure we are fitting the parameters, either based on the budget or based on the size of the building. So, yes.
But basically, can we build a 48,000 square foot building for 50 million?
I'll let Holt answer that.
I can't do that math in my head, but I guess I was just listening, and I want to share, the process is really interesting, that we're sort of going back to the building that was approved a year and a half ago. And as an architect, I love making pretty buildings, but I consider myself a problem solver. And the problem that was sort of tasked to us, and it's a problem that started, maybe 6, 8, 20 years ago, if you ask Arel, is how do so we've been deferring maintenance for however many years, 20 years, and that maintenance deferral has created a little bit more of a problem. And we were tasked with the challenge of solve this problem. And I think that even Holt sort of put this a little bit naive number of 48,000 square feet and $50 million on the table. So I that's on my shoulders. As we got in deeper in the real moment, it wasn't a 48,000 square foot building that solved the problem. Some of that was because data that we were planning on, government had grown and the square footage had grown. So the problem that we were trying to solve, that we thought was a 48,000 square foot building and a $50 million budget, turned out to be a 57,000 square foot building and a $60 million budget. So that's what happened. So I think that the idea of compromise is an interesting sort of political solution, but and I think that, yes, we can provide more flexibility and more growth, and we can add another department that wouldn't have the opportunity to collaborate in the center of government for $50 million instead of 40. So is that a better solution? Is it getting us closer to as designers, what we feel the right solution is? It certainly is, and I think it's worth having a conversation about. But that number that we were talking about was what we thought was the solution to the problem, and after having sort of dug in deeper with the employees and developed the solution, we learned that the solution is a $60 million project and not a $50 million project, and it's a 57,000 square foot building and not a 45 or 47,000 square foot building. So if what we're trying to do is solve a problem, that's the information that Corsa has brought to you today. Wherever we land between $40 million and $60 million, that's a decision based on how much money do we want to spend. The problem that we're trying to solve is a $60 million problem.
But I guess the question is, essentially the difference between the two is authorizing $5 million more.
Correct.
So I guess the question is, how much more space can you get with $5 million?
So, just to go back to sort of the cereal analogy, the bigger the box, the better value you'll get out of it. So I think the dollar per square foot of those two projects is going to end up someplace in between the dollar per square foot of the 45,000 or the 40 million and the 60 million.
He doesn't have to explain.
I can't sort of give you a direct answer.
No,
but
that's
okay.
Rachel?
So just to be clear, between the two resolutions that we're looking at, one actually does have a cap and the other one does not have a cap. Is that correct? The old one that we would, if we voted no on Z2, and that meant we reverted to the resolution that was passed last year, there's a specific cap at 50 million. If we vote for the new resolution, we're just saying that we want it to be around 45 million, but there's no cap. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Randy?
Actually, this resolution, if you go down to
The old one?
this is the 2025-131, that was just handed out. If you go to the first resolve, it's on a recommendation of downtown facility, especially that the Tompkins County Legislature approve funding of up to 50 million, and that would be development of the center government projected costs located at 300 block, but also it would include renovation of the old jail and a portion of the Daniel D. Tompkins building of that full 50 million, which I would still support this one.
The old
If
one?
it included the funds for doing the other buildings, which is about the same thing.
I guess.
Deborah?
I guess I'm having a problem because administration drafted both Resolution Z1 and Z2 at Chair Black's request, but they're not, the language doesn't necessarily track. And you're right, they don't set a not-to-exceed figure for the cost. They only set a not-to-exceed figure for the square footage, which doesn't make sense because the real sticking point all along here for us as legislators has been cost.
Right.
The Z1 points out, though, the projected project cost of 60 million, inclusive of renovation of the old jail and Daniel D. Tompkins building. It also says that in Z1. In Z2, the one that's currently on the floor,
It doesn't say that.
it does not say that. So we could get back to 60 million with Z2.
Well, that's a drafting problem.
Of course.
Well, it's a voting problem.
It's in a whereas.
Well, yeah.
So what should have happened is they should have been the exact same resolution so that we're comparing
Just
apples
different
to
numbers.
apples. That's right, with two different numbers. So is that correct, Corsa?
Yes, it is. The intent is correct. It's the same resolution with just two different numbers. I believe, yes, it's a drafting problem, and I accept that responsibility.
Okay, so why don't we make the edits on Z2? Would someone like to offer the edits for that?
I think they should come from administration since they drafted this.
Well, it needs to be a legislator that brings forth the...
Well, but somebody needs to suggest the language.
I suggest we table this and go back to Resolution Z1 where the language is clear.
And then we change the amounts for,
I won't second it.
We can do it however you want to do it.
sneaky.
Just suggesting language.
Can I have a point of clarification? It does mention, in Z2, it does mention the old jail. It just, in Z1, it mentions it twice. In the fourth whereas, and then in the first resolved. And then in Z2, it mentions the old jail and the Daniel D. Tompkins building.
Well, so we would add the language
So it's just in the resolved.
with a
That's
total projected cost of 45 million, inclusive of required renovation. I would just put the old jail and the Daniel D. Tompkins building in there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Should we maybe take a 5-minute recess so the mover and seconder can get the language right?
Yeah. Let's get this right. This is the most money we're ever going to spend in our tenure on the legislature. So let's take 5 minutes. I'll let you have all of mine.
Well, I think we're going to need. Well, it says renovation of the old jail and portions
detail
remaining
person.
in the Tompkins building in one of the whereas clauses.
In both of them.
Let's get back to business and go ahead and look at some resolutions. Okay, okay. Ooh, that was good, yeah. That was really
You say?
Why don't we just stick with this one?
It tells you everything.
It goes back to, can you explain this to me again?
So if it goes 8-8, if everybody votes the same, so it's a yes on the last one, no on this one.
No.
8-8.
Okay, Deborah is going to offer an amendment.
Okay, in addition to removing the approximately 37,000 square feet from the title, the first resolved clause will read that the Tompkins County Legislature directs county administration and its design consultants to proceed with a revised center of government project not to exceed 40,000 gross square feet at a total projected project cost not to exceed $45 million, inclusive of required renovations to the old jail and the Daniel D. Tompkins building.
Is that friendly to the seconder, Lee? Is it unfriendly to anyone in the room? Or to legislators? Sorry, staff. Okay, any questions or comments? Okay, let's do Lee.
I think it's important to me to speak out at this point. We passed a resolution last June, and the legislature passed the resolution. I was in the negative on that. It was one of 4 votes. But one of the guiding points that night was that this was not a commitment to a contract, but a commitment to the project. And I felt that that commitment was there. And that commitment was there at to the tune of $50 million. We moved forward with a strong vote from the previous legislature, crafted a budget and a capital program based upon that number, and moved forward. I'm not going to get into where it went after that, but the point is, the desire tonight is that we drive that stake again and that we make that commitment. And I wasn't there then, I'm there now. I know that we have to move forward and that significant construction does have to occur. I agree with the points that Irene and Randy and even Judith have made in some of the balancing here. And I truly would like to see moving forward as we contemplate what expansion might mean or what the increase in staffing or needs may be. I really do think we need to take a look back at the focus on customer service, and if there is a 20% increase, put it back out into other areas of the community where the access will better serve our constituents. And I think we should be looking at satellite offices, and we should be looking at other government facilities that are underutilized. So keep those things in mind as you move ahead, because I think you've got to rethink the delivery of services as well as the location of services as we move forward. I have every confidence in our administration and in this legislature that as these challenges present them to us, that we will have a well thought out plan moving forward and we'll be able to factor it into the capital program. And I very much have a desire to see that we are able to move forward with a public safety building during this term. So there's where I am. I will support this resolution. Move forward.
Lee. Thank you. Anyone else? Greg Mezzi?
Yeah, I think Lee made an excellent case for keeping the stake where the stake has already been put, and that's the previously adopted resolution by the legislature at the 50 million and 45,000 square feet, the one that's 2025-131. We've built a capital program off of that. We know where that is. I guess I don't see a reason for the modification, so I would hope that we could vote this one down and just leave the original resolution as previously discussed and vetted by the legislature to stand that is, approves up to $50 million.
Okay. I just want to confirm too. So if I see like 6 hands up. So it kind of doesn't matter if we vote for this or not, if we voted for the other one or not. The RFP is going to come in, the numbers are going to come in where the numbers come in. And then Katie just reminded me, and then we're going to have to make another decision if we're going to accept the RFP or not. Yep. And so then we'll be able to debate another 400 hours, which I'm super excited about. But tonight, and so I'm not sure it's going to matter if we go to 45 million or 50 million, because I was about to say a bad word, but I didn't. But, it doesn't matter because the numbers are really going to come in where they're going to come in. And we're going to have to make that decision at that point. So let's see. I have Veronica, Judith, Dan, Mike Sigler, and Deb. And then, Corsa, would you like to pipe in real quick?
Yes, I just want to say, based on the first where the votes landed, my understanding of that direction is you are becoming too big, go back to the original intent and reduce the square footage. So our understanding from that, so whatever the decision landed, if whether you are voting on the second one, based on your current assertion is, if we are staying on course, what program design do we have to come up with to make sure we're delivering based on the resolution that was previously passed? So I just wanted to chime in there that we still have a direction based on that, but we just have to go back and review the program definition and the program goals and represent that based on those budget guidelines.
Okay, I have Veronica, Judith, Dan, Mike, Sigler, and I have you twice, Dan. Is there anyone else that I'm missing? Okay, Veronica.
So first, I just did a quick back of the envelope calculation that for all the people here in this conversation, it's running about $1,000 an hour in wages. So I hope we don't debate for 400 more hours. We're going to have to start.
Sky's the limit.
Yeah, yes. I am not going to vote for this resolution because I am still holding out hope that just one person would decide to reconsider and go for the 50,000 square feet, even though we already voted on it. And if not, I do prefer the original, the resolution from 2025 that still stands. The one thing I forgot to say earlier is a lot of the situation we're in now with buildings that seem like we're too late in renovating them or getting out of them, whether related to the center government or not. A lot of, like the public safety building and jail, a lot of this comes from, as I understand it, someone who's been around a long time, correct me if I'm wrong, previous legislators considering doing big projects and then going, oh no, that's too expensive, we can't do that. And maybe that's good. Like maybe this plus a little more is the correct amount of squeezing our staff, and maybe the terrible conditions in the jail are like the correct amount of terrible for the correct amount of time, and we definitely shouldn't fix it for the next few years. But I don't think anybody thinks that. And if we also balk and go, oh, that's too expensive, let's not do the whole thing, especially when we're all building a building anyway, that we are just setting up a future legislature to consider the exact same things. I'm glad we're going forward with building the building and doing something. It's okay if it's smaller, I guess, but I also don't understand why we would pick a path that could easily be expanded into a building into which our government will fit. I don't understand why our plan A is building a building into which our government will not fit, and some of it will have to be in leased space that someone else controls, that rents can be whatever, that again, like Greg said earlier, we have way less ability to steward that, the payments for that space. That's my 2 cents.
Judith?
I've really appreciated over the course of the last 2 months the willingness of everybody in this room to take a look at all the options. We visited many different sites. We've looked at different types of buildings. One of the things that, when I'm looking at these three resolutions, we're looking at a 37,000 square foot resolution because we asked for a smaller version of this building that would be cheaper as an option that would work for us. Now, it sounds like 37,000 square feet after further evaluation is a little too small maybe to work for us. That there's people who won't fit in, that if we could fit them in, then it would be a little better. I like the idea of giving administration some wiggle room by sticking with that original resolution, giving them some wiggle room to try to figure out if they can make it still work on this third round, fifth round, 100, whatever round. Go back to that, see, are there public, shared spaces that can be, made so that in the future we can convert them more into office spaces? Or do we really need all of those different conference rooms that are in the plans? There's a lot of conference rooms when I look at them. Or can we build a little more cheaply here or there? What can we do to make this work for us for the long term? I think that this original resolution has that flexibility in it. Maybe we'll still need lease space after that discussion, maybe not. This new resolution, I think, is maybe a little too tight, and it doesn't have that room for options. If we can get the space for less money, I'm all for it. I don't worry about having the space. I do worry about the cost. So I am planning to vote no on this 37,000 square foot resolution, which no longer has that text in it, for that reason.
Thank you. Dan?
Thank you. I realized as I was listening here that we have accomplished a lot already. We have determined that we are not doing several different things and we want a building downtown. Remember that, everybody. I was willing to accept for myself and for my constituents, swallow and accept a price in 3 to 5 years so that in 20 years, I was going to be better off. And I was going to defend that, and I was going to go to bat for that. And if somebody on the winning side would like to reintroduce Z1, I think that would be a good idea. I will not be supporting Z2 because I see that introduces more constraints, as Judith just pointed out. Let's lift those and go back to the original if that's the case.
Thank you. Mike Sigler?
Okay, so here's why I'll be voting for Deborah's. Because if I don't really know what the point of the last 8 months was. We have a resolution here. I like this resolution. I didn't vote for it, but it was okay. I mean, $50 million, 45,000 square feet. And if I don't vote for this one by Deborah, the question now, it opens a can of worms. Why wasn't this directive followed? I think people tried to follow it, but it doesn't seem to me that this, Deborah's, is really that much different than this. And we're talking $5 million, we're talking 5,000 square feet. Like, we didn't ask for a 59,000 square foot building, ever. And yet that's what we ended up with. And we knew that, well, yeah, if you add 10,000 square feet, that's probably going to add a lot to the price tag. And frankly, when this passed at 50 million, I knew it wasn't going to be 50 million. I knew, okay, add 10%, maybe. All right, 55 million. I'm not crazy about that, but all right, you know what? You're probably going to add 20% because it's downtown, you're going to need cranes. I get it. $60 million. Okay. But then it came back at 65, but I'm still not sure that's going to be the number. So you're asking me for mission creep all the way up to beyond $65 million. And like I said before, I just couldn't get there. But now I'm looking at this 8 months later and I'm going, why didn't we just follow the resolution? Like, that was there. Listen, other opportunities came up, and I think we do investigate those because we were looking at substantial cost savings. Of course you're going to look at Harold Square. It's right there, for goodness sakes. It's 4 stories. It had all the square footage we needed, and we were being told maybe it was half the price. If it doesn't fit, that's fine. But yeah, it would be ridiculous for us not to look at that. It'd be ridiculous for us not to look at foreclosed properties up at the Airport Corporate Park where we already have a relatively large footprint. And that didn't work out either. And of course, we're always going to look at them all because we always look at them all. We probably should just buy them all at this point and give it to the IDA and do something with it. But so, no, I'll be back in Deborah's because frankly, that opens up the bigger question then. Why didn't we just do this that we agreed to do? And again, not everybody agreed with it, but that is what the legislator decided to do. And okay, but apparently that didn't happen. And I don't know why that didn't happen. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Randy?
So I just have a question. So if we vote down Z2, which is at 37,000, then the resolution 2025-131 would stay.
That's right.
And we'd move forward like with that one as we had planned and voted for 8 months ago.
That's right.
Okay. All right, that was my question.
Okay. Okay, are we ready to vote? I don't have anyone else on my list.
I just wondered, does Goldilocks get a vote? This one's too big, that one's too little. No.
Oh, she might be the 17th vote, so that, yes, she does.
But we
Yes.
might huff and puff and blow this
Yes.
thing down, so let's keep
Deborah.
going.
Goldilocks,
I'm
just take-
astonished to hear people say, we don't want to put constraints on this project. It's our job to put constraints on things. It's our job to put constraints on spending. I voted for the resolution last year, and we just very promptly exceeded it. I don't have a lot of faith that we won't do that again. And I have to say, on a personal level, if there's anything I hate, it's wasting time. I hate it when people waste my time. And I agree with Mike. If we're going to end up with what we passed 8 months ago, we have just wasted a colossal amount of time. That's all I got to say.
So Deborah, I think I hear what you're saying. However, you have to realize our legislature turned over 50% of their people.
No, I understand that, Shauna.
The problem is that if I were a new person, I wouldn't support what the people before me supported.
You missed my point. My point is we had a resolution.
Deborah, let me finish. You had your turn. Let me finish. I mean, people needed to go and look at places. They needed to get the numbers. The numbers have actually changed. We've changed how tall the ceilings are. We've changed the materials we're using on the outside. Like, a lot of things have changed. The numbers have changed. And so, yes, we're going back to where we needed to, but we had to go through the actions. The 8 new people had to. We've all changed our minds here. Even the people that have been here for the past 8 years, we've changed our minds as well. And so this is a practice that we've had to go through.
But my point is that we had this resolution in place, and it was not followed. We had a resolution to spend $50 million, and all of a sudden this building grew to 57,000 square feet and $65 million. What's to stop that from happening again?
Well, that's why we're voting and providing direction to our staff. Quay?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and it does deserve an answer. We thought that the problem could be solved in 48,000 square feet when we started. We got to the end of schematic design 6 months ago, and at that point, we knew a lot more about the project. We knew that the problem that you were asking us to solve couldn't be solved in 48,000 square feet. It was going to be 57,000 square feet required to solve the problem. We also presented the budget at that point, and there was the building that we initially designed. I don't know if I'm going to freak people out, but the first estimate we got back was like $74 million. And we weren't going to present that building to you. We worked with the estimators, and we brought that project back to 65 or 60, I can't remember exactly where, but there was a significant amount of cost savings that we looked deep in everything that we did, and we said, like, this is this is solving the problem, but how do we solve the problem in a more cost-effective way that's closer to the budget? So the initial thing that happened is the building had to grow to solve the problem, and that was sort of a deep dive with all of the departments. And then I forget your second question.
Well, but here's the problem, Quay. The problem hasn't changed according to what we're hearing. It's the same problem that you said we couldn't solve with less than 57,000 square feet. So assuming we revert to the resolution that was passed last year, the problem hasn't changed. And according to you, the solution hasn't changed either. So where are we?
So if you're talking about the $40 million project, the solution...
I'm talking about the old resolution from last year. Everybody seems to want to revert to that. But
right.
You're telling me that you couldn't solve the problem within the parameters of that resolution. So sticking with that resolution after the last 8 months doesn't seem to be getting us anywhere.
We would still end up with either people on the 5th floor of mental health or some leased space, right?
Right. So what have we accomplished?
I guess the main point that I wanted to make when I sort of raised my hand to Shauna was, at the end of schematic design, we were at this sort of decision-making point of the problem that we were trying to solve isn't a $50 million problem, and it's not a 45,000 square foot building. The solution to that problem is a $60 million project solution and a 57,000 square foot building. So, like, there was a moment when the previous legislature sort of saw where we were, recognized that the budget had increased, and without any vote or any like sort of critical decision point, just sort of allowed the project to continue. Like, that schematic design point was the point where we were like, okay, we're over budget, and we're over budget because the bigger building needs to be larger to solve the problem that they're trying to solve. And we were sort of waiting for direction. and no direction was given. And based on that no direction, it seemed like there was reasonable consensus to just stay the course. So we're at a point with a new legislature now where, I think we're recognizing, we're asking the question again. And I just wanted to say, sort of explain how we got here. More square footage was required. Schematic design was a presentation to the old legislature, and no direction, to administration and to the design team meant stay the course.
It's still the same problem, and it's still the same solution.
Okay, I have Travis, Greg, and Iris. And then let's go ahead and vote.
It is the same problem, and that's when we came back with this $64 million, $60 million, whatever it was. For me, that's when I wanted to find other options and get off that ship. Because who was to say by the time we broke ground that it wasn't going to be 70 million? Who's to say by the time we got half through the way through the build, prices weren't going to go up and it wasn't going to be 75 million? Like, at the end of the day, and within a few months, we went $10 million over what we said we would spend. And that's extremely problematic. People are talking about putting guardrails on this project. We voted for a $50 million project. In less than 6 months, we had a $64 million project. So when we go back to our constituents and we say, this was the vote, this is what it is, this is what I voted, this is what it is, this is what's expected, when it's 20% more than what we voted for, I don't understand how we just kind of say, that's okay, we needed to do that. Whatever resolution we vote for, it is what it is, and the problem has to be figured out within those numbers unless we sit down and take a revote for the increased amount. This isn't a check without an amount on it. It's $50 million. It's $45 million, whatever it is, that's the price tag. So my expectation would be whatever is planned out, whatever is built, is in that $50 million. It sounds like we're taking a risk, and some people think it's okay to turn around and have a $70 million building in 2 years. I don't really understand how that's being a good steward, to take Greg's phrase, of our taxpayer money. I'm not saying that's what you're trying to do, Greg. That's the phrase you use, being a good steward of taxpayer money. When we damn near go over $25 million. We went over $15 million almost before we started doing anything. That's crazy to me.
Greg and then Iris.
Yeah, so I think we have, in this budget, in the budget that was presented, there's what I would call, as somebody who's worked a little bit, not to this scale, but in a little bit of the development space, an excessive amount of contingency. Or let me rephrase that, a conservative amount for some of my friends, a conservative amount of contingency, right? It's not like maybe what traditional developers would do, would like ratchet down the contingency and then be like, oops, we're over, right? This had some real thought put into making sure we didn't exceed whatever number you presented. When we originally passed this resolution, we had just started down the phase to figure out what things were going to cost and do some schematic design. So we didn't necessarily go over. This was our hope and our direction. But now we know that we can be somewhere between 45 million and 65 million confidently. So I see the original resolution now as locking us into a guardrail of 50 million. These last 8 months were not a waste. I think it helped us understand what our options were, what our staff needs were, what our community needs were, what our appetite for spending was. So I think that if I heard Quay correctly, and I have a lot of respect for the work that that firm does in this, in space design, that he's a problem solver. And his problem, hopefully, will be a $50 million project, not to, up to 45,000 square feet, and that we're going to solve that problem. And if 5,000 square feet means we can squeak another department in because we can shrink another department by a few hundred here and a few hundred there, or we can make the hallways, 4 feet wide instead of 8 feet wide, or whatever the case may be, we can massage this a little bit more to get a little bit more out of it, then we're good. We have guardrails. The original resolution can still stand with guardrails, but what this last 8 months has showed us is what it actually costs, what we actually need, and it's given us options. And we're back on the table, and I think we should stick with the $50 million option, 45, up to or in around 45,000 square feet, and not waste our time anymore, to use my colleague's words, on a resolution that doesn't really fully solve the problem. So.
Iris?
Okay, bringing this back to what does this look like for the tax levy, because we're going to be facing the repercussions of this decision at the end of the year when we're doing the budget. As I think, if I'm adding up correctly from the chart with the stacked bars, the capital program report debt service chart, what we have proposed for Z2 with the center of government, the Daniel Tompkins building, and the old jail, once they're all being paid in debt service, that's 4.1%, or $2,254,800, assuming that $550,000 is like 1%. So basically 4.1% just to do this smaller building, which is more than we increased our budget by in total last year. So we need to be preparing ourselves for what this is going to look like when those all kick in. So currently our debt service is at about $7.5 million this year. In 4 years, it will double, and it will stay over 14 as far as the chart goes. Okay, so that means in not that long, we're looking at another significant increase, or getting up there pretty quickly. So I just want to put that in people's radar, that this, like their numbers we're throwing around, but this is the reality of what that's going to look like. The levy's going to go up a lot for these projects. And I think I've been clear that my priority first is dealing with what I consider to be the human rights issues of the current jail, and the fact that people are currently being incarcerated in inhumane conditions, and that the folks who work there also do not have.
So I would ask that we go into executive session if
Okay.
we're going to talk about some of those specifics.
I won't get into any specifics. That was just it. And so I feel like for me, if we're going to be looking at a significant increase in cost, which we are, in the public safety building is another significant amount over this, I want to see that happen as a priority. And I'm concerned that once we deal with the repercussions of the fact that we vote for this and we have to raise the levy this much, then when it comes 1, 2, 3 years down the road and we're voting on public safety, people are going to be like, oh my God, we just raised it. How can we raise it again? So that's my concern. However, we're now being put in a tricky position where if I vote no on the small building, that's probably going to help us build a bigger building. So that's a tricky situation, and I feel like what all this 8 months in this discussion has gotten us to is basically capping it at $5 million less. That's right, we went from 50 to 45, and that seems to be like the real outcome of all this work. So I guess I'll support it because I feel like I'm stuck, but ultimately that's where my heart is dealing with these other issues first.
Okay. Judith, did you want to wrap us up?
Thanks. I just want to.
I also want to do a quick time check. It is 9:45. We do have 2 executive sessions, 1 advice of counsel.
I'll keep it quick.
2 more resolutions and standing reports.
I'll keep it
so
quick.
We've got to move this along, guys.
Just for us all to keep in mind, yes, the debt service is going to go up a lot, but it's supposed to go up a lot in 2029. There's time to on-ramp an increase that doesn't involve increasing the levy by 4 or 5% in a single year to meet this project's needs. We could on-ramp at 1.5% per year, put the money aside so we have a little more in savings to pay down whatever the project ends up costing. So I think, it's not as catastrophic as it sounds, and then we can do the same thing for public safety. Let's move on.
Okay, so we have the resolution. Let me just to confirm this. For the smaller, thank you, Katrina. The smaller amount, which is 45 million, we do have the amended verbiage in that to include the old jail and the Daniel D. Tompkins building. And why don't we go ahead and do a roll call, please?
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Rachel Oslin.
No.
Iris Packman.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
No.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Adam Vinson.
No.
Dan Wakeman.
No.
Irene Weiser.
Yes.
Christy Bianconi.
No.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
No.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Judith Hubbard.
No.
John Hunt.
No.
Shauna Black.
No.
Fails 6 to
Okay, that fails 6 to 10.
So that makes that the prior we're going with and the direction we're going to give to administration is that's the resolution and don't come back.
And don't ask for any more money. Okay. Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll move on.
Don't take that personal, just say, enough, we've had enough, that's it, right? Let's not do this again.
And if we could go ahead and have a report by our county attorney, Maury Josephson.
Shit, we still have to do this.
Good evening. I'm, in light of the time and in light of how much is left to do and the fact that I'll be talking a lot during our executive sessions, I will not offer a further report this evening.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Maury? We are going to have 3 executive sessions this evening. And so I have a feeling there will be some topics you'll be able to ask questions on that Maury has some information on. Next, we have Daryl Tuttle, Director of Finance.
All I have to report is on the January sales tax, and in interest of time as well, I can kind of go over it real quickly because the charts and numbers are all there.
That's
but
great.
Overall for January, the total collection went up 4.26%, and the county's portion mirrored that as well.
Okay. Mike Sigler?
Daryl, is there any way to break that out and see how much of that increase was attributable to increased use of natural gas, increased use of fuel oil, just because it was cold? I mean, everybody was using more. One would think that that's what's driving the sales tax.
Huh.
I can try looking into it. Typically, when it comes to the breakdown of category, we rely on NISEC. They produce those numbers for us, which I do plan on reaching out to see what I can get from them when it comes to that.
Great. Thank you very much for doing that.
Any other questions for Daryl? Okay. Irene, did you have your hand up?
No.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Daryl. Let's see here. I'm sorry. County Administrator, Corsa?
I have a really long report.
No, you do not.
No snacks.
Well, I did send a couple of emails to provide you information. Some of those items, if we need to discuss, it will have to be in an executive session. So it's just for your information. So, yeah. So, first of all, thank you for the direction that we have. I love my job. I'm glad to be here and working with all of you and doing this great work, and I'm really excited about what lies ahead of us. So thank you for the direction, and we will do our absolute best with the direction and make sure the value that we bring to the community can be quantified, and then we can stand behind that in the long term. So thank you.
So last night, Deborah and I gave Corsa a call, and I said, Corsa, I'm going to kill you. And he goes, I love my job. And it was like, I'm like, oh my God, no one can be upset with you.
No, the first thing he said
yes.
when he answered the phone
Yes.
was, are you mad at me?
Are you mad at me? And I was like, no, you know. So, Judith, did you have a question?
I have a comment about the sales tax.
Okay.
Very quick.
Yep.
I'm looking at the sales tax numbers. I remember Margaret saying that sales tax revenue is up a lot in the city year over year. And I can see here that it says it's up 8% in our chart year over year, January. In contrast, the other municipalities are up only 1.16%. And I think that's just something to highlight that might impact other municipality budgets if their growth has been so slow in comparison to the city of Ithaca. It's kind of an interesting contrast.
Okay.
And I just want to add that there is now a collection of sales tax on short-term rental, but we would not know the quantum of that until we get the assessment from NISEC. I think they do that on a quarterly basis. So we'll be able to understand what is contributing to the growth and can provide you those reports as well.
That'd be good.
Okay, great. Let's go to standing and special committees. And for these reports, if there's something amazing that happened in your committee, please share it. But if we could kind of run through these really quickly, because I want to keep the meeting moving. Health and Human Services Committee, Travis Brooks, Chair.
But we do have a resolution. Resolution V, Establishment of Human Rights Programs Manager position and reorganization of the Office of Human Rights, ID 13875.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Christie.
Yes, so we were given direction and we brought a resolution forward. Just for clarity, the resolution just doesn't create the position right away. It has to go to HR. HR will have to go through their processes to determine the salary rate and all those nuances, and then we will formally be able to create the position and then advertise and hire for it. I think what I said at HHS is what is really important is the value we attach to the work the person would do and how we track that value within the community and make sure there's some degree of accountability and also improve the relationship between the office and the Human Rights Commission. This resolution doesn't eliminate the director position. It's a chartered position, so at any point, if you want to completely eliminate that, we have to do a charter amendment. So I just wanted to make sure it is still there, but we will not go and hire. If we have to hire for a director based on what I've discussed, we'll have to come to HHS and discuss it. But it is still an active position in our roster, but we don't have to budget for it.
Great. Deborah?
So a couple of questions. Said that the salary would still have to be set for this position.
Yes, it will come to GO. The salary will come to GO.
It will come to GO and BCP, I would assume.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then my other question is, if over the course of time we decide that this position is sufficient to allow the Office of Human Rights to proceed and we don't need a director and the charter is amended, at that point, that department or that office will have to report to some department that has a department head or, yeah.
The department, so any department doesn't have a department head automatically report to me, or I oversee the department. So it will be an office which can be tied into the county administrative office.
Okay.
And so that it wouldn't, we just have to adjust a little bit our organizational chart, but not significant.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Absolutely, thank you.
And just to ask, will there be legislators that will be on the hiring committee for the program manager?
100%.
Okay, great, thank you.
Travis will be there.
Okay, good. Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous, thank you.
The only other thing to report out for Health and Human Service is that we put together a working group to look at the grant process for Human Service Coalition, and to look at how county money goes out directly to nonprofits. And so it's a two-step process this spring. They'll come up with the priorities for the legislature for funding, and then during the budget process, county administration would give HSC kind of, this is the amount that you have for the grants. If the budget works out better and there's more, they'll have another bucket of recipients that they could go to, rather than them picking folks, budget getting adjusted, and then having to go through OTRs and all of that stuff. So that's the goal for that. And I'll leave it at that unless there's any questions.
Any questions for Travis? Okay, thanks, Trev. Housing and Economic Development Committee, Greg Mezzi, Chair.
We'll be back here bright and early tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the Housing and Economic Development Committee. It's a relatively brief agenda, so nothing of significance to report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Greg? Okay. Next, Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Irene Weiser, Chair.
Yeah, we'll be meeting on Thursday of this week, 9:30 in the morning.
Okay. Any questions for Irene? Okay. Public Safety Committee, Travis Brooks, Chair.
We have two working groups we put together. One is to look at EMS with Dewar and kind of figure out the direction for the county and what that could look like. And the other one was to look at FLOC. Policy, options, contracts, all of those things, and what direction we want to go to. There'll be folks from law enforcement, both the county and the city, county attorney, DA, sign council, community folks, legislators, and if there needs to be more folks, they'll decide at that point who and needs to be at the table, and then we'll go from there. We did offer the common council members to be part of that. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I'll keep you posted.
Thank you. Any questions for Travis? Okay, thank you. Next, Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Veronica Pillar, Chair.
We met on February 23, welcomed some new members, talked about goals and priorities for the year, and we'll come back with those clarified next meeting. We also had a long discussion about paid parental leave or paid caregiver leave and advanced a resolution about directing staff to develop a policy about that. Policy itself is not part of it yet. That resolution is going to be on the Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee next. Pass the ball to Deborah. I can't do that with Robert's rules. I'm done.
Mic drop. Budget, Capital, and Personnel, or actually, are there any questions for Veronica? Okay, Travis Brooks.
I did forget jail numbers as of last Thursday at the CJATI, 49 in and 4 board outs.
Great. That's very low, considering what we typically have. Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Deborah Dawson, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We will be meeting next Monday at 10 o'clock, and a big item on our agenda will be to begin the discussion of WDIC's recommendation about parental, caregiver, and family leave.
Great. Any questions or comments for Deborah? Okay. I think, do you have a resolution, Deborah? Oh, we did that
No,
one.
ma'am, I do not.
Okay. Yes, you're right. Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Lee Shurtleff, Chair.
F&I met on Thursday, February 19th. We will meet again on the 19th of March. And much of what we discussed at the meeting was reflected in the consent agenda tonight and the Resolution X that was passed regarding the equipment at the airport. I would call attention to the Highway Department items, those that want to see what the work schedule looks like for paving and chip sealing and bridge work coming in the year ahead was presented to us. Just in addition to that, we welcome new committee members. We welcomed back recycling and materials management, and we welcome Tom Knight as our new director of the Ithaca-Tompkins County Transportation Council. And unless Dan has got anything to add to the report, that's the extent of what I have, and you're welcome.
Thank you. You do have one resolution.
Resolution W, setting the compensation of the Ithaca-Tompkins Consolidated Transit Council ITC Director for January 1, 2026 to December 31, 2030, ID number 13798. And this reflects bringing the position in alignment with other management salaries and giving the position the increase that CSEA and management have reflected this year.
Okay, seconded by Randy Brown. Any questions or comments on the resolution? Greg, Nessie?
Is there an impact to the county budget for this, or is that a reimbursed program?
I believe that's reimbursed.
I think that's a federal.
Falls within the significant state and federal funds that come in.
Okay, just curious, I don't have questions about the position's value, just wanted to see where the money was coming from.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. All those in favor for Resolution W, please raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. Any other questions for Lee Shurtleff? Okay. Government Operations Committee, Randy Brown, Chair.
Thank you, Shauna. Our next meeting is March 10th at 10 a.m. We're going to be working on our goals for this year and in years ahead. We're also going to be going through the strategic operations plan section by section a little bit every meeting. just to make sure we're familiar with stuff and to keep it up to date with people. And so we're following that review. There's a lot of time is spent on that. We're going to hear from the communications director, who we didn't get to last time, so we'll get you earlier in the meeting, Monica. And then we have quite a few other things that we're working on.
Great. Any questions for Randy Brown? Okay, thanks, Randy. Next, we are going to vote on the minutes of our previous meeting, February 17th, 2026. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Rachel, seconded by Adam. Are there any questions, comments, changes? Corsa?
Yes, I just wanted to update all of you that a renovation at Dutch Mill is going great.
Wait, we're doing the minutes.
Yeah, I think that's the last item, so, okay.
Okay. Where are we? What are we doing?
Voting on the minutes.
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, sorry. Thought I was on a different planet for a second. Okay. Are there any corrections or comments for our meeting minutes from February 17th? I see none. Let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, Corsa.
I actually forgot to ask Corsa to jump in here, so I apologize.
So renovation is going well. Assessment department is ready to move in within the next couple of days. So on March 16th, the Dutch Mill office will be open for assessment client. So just want to inform the public, and departments are welcome from March 16th. Also, staff or legislators welcome to visit the department and and also see the synergy and how the department is going to operate from that location. COFA will be moving into the space in a future date that is still being planned based on their current programming needs as well. So yes, we'll be open on the 16th of March for assessment.
Great. Any questions on that topic from Corsa? Okay. Next, we are going to go into executive session for the purposes of the medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular person or corporations or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation. And let's see here, we have one reason for that, and then we have two for the proposed acquisition, sale or lease of real property, or the proposed acquisition of securities or sale or exchange of securities held by such public body, but only when publicity would substantially affect the value thereof. We will not be taking any action once we go back into session. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Travis, seconded by Adam. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. And if we could just take like 1 minute, go off air, and then we'll keep going.
You tell me when you want me to.